quiet whisper echoes through time, a message carried not in spoken language, but in stone, alignment, geometry, and myth. Across deserts, jungles, mountains, and beneath the ocean's surface, there are remnants of something far older than our history books admit. Something that suggests we are not the first to rise to complexity and intelligence on this planet. Something deliberate, something left behind. Imagine for a moment that thousands of years before our recorded history began, a civilization flourished. One capable of shaping stone in ways we cannot replicate today, mapping the stars with mathematical precision, and constructing monuments that align with celestial objects as though Earth itself were a vast observatory. And then imagine that the civilization faced an event so catastrophic, so world-changing, that nearly all of its culture, technology, and memory was erased. All except for what they intentionally left behind. That is where our story begins. Because scattered across the world, from the pyramids of Egypt to the megaliths of South America, from the submerged ruins off the coast of India to mysterious circular temples buried in Turkey, we find architecture and symbols that should not exist at their respective points in history, not by the conventional timeline, not by the knowledge we assume ancient humans possessed. And yet there they are, real, tangible, unavoidable. The question is not whether they exist. The question is why. Why would a civilization spend such incredible effort carving, aligning, preserving, and encoding messages in stone? Why would they choose monuments that could withstand earthquake, flood, climate, conquest, and decay? Why not write on clay tablets? On wood? On papyrus? On anything easier, faster, more convenient? Because they knew such materials would not last. Stone is eternal, and geometry is universal. Math does not erode with culture. Alignment does not fade with language. A circle will always be a circle. A star's position is predictable across thousands of years. Ratios remain constant. They chose a medium and a message that could survive the collapse of civilization itself. They chose to speak to the future, to us. Perhaps they wanted to warn. Perhaps they wanted to guide. Perhaps they simply wanted to be remembered. But as we stand now at the height of our technological age, having rediscovered something astonishing, that these ancient builders possess a knowledge far beyond what we attributed to them. The feeling is unmistakable. This was intentional communication, a message through time. Modern science, for all its brilliance, has only recently begun to acknowledge just how fragile our own knowledge truly is. A single global disaster, environmental, cosmic, or self-inflicted, could erase our digital records, our hard drives, our satellites, our libraries. If humanity fell tomorrow, what would remain in 10,000 years? Skyscrapers? They would crumble. Cities? They would be dust. The internet? Gone without a trace. But a structure made of millions of precision-cut stones weighing hundreds of tons? A temple aligned exactly to the rising of specific stars at solstice? That might survive. It already has. Which means we may be living at the exact moment we were meant to finally decode what was left for us. This is why the mystery matters. It is not just history. It is identity. It is heritage. It may be instruction. We have to ask ourselves, if a civilization knew something terrible was coming, something cyclical, something inevitable, something that would scatter humanity and reduce us to survival instinct, what would they leave behind to ensure the next cycle could find its way back? They would leave mathematics, astronomy, timeless architecture, myths that carry truth disguised as story, monuments placed not for worship, but for memory. And that is exactly what we find. Every continent, every ancient culture, every mythological origin story, all telling the same tale. There was a great civilization before us. There was a great collapse. Survivors traveled the world to restart humanity, and we were meant to remember. But we forgot, or rather, we were taught to forget. This documentary does not ask you to believe blindly. It invites you to look, to observe, to recognize patterns that repeat with uncanny precision, to question why so many ancient sites are aligned to the same stars, the same solstices, the same numbers. Coincidence does not repeat across thousands of years and thousands of miles. Something deliberate happened here. Someone left a message. And as we uncover ruins once buried, decode symbols once misunderstood, and connect timelines once fragmented, we realize a message is beginning to take shape, slowly, carefully, like a puzzle whose final piece is just now being placed. The message may not just be about who came before. It may be about what is coming next. And that is why, now more than ever, we must listen. History, as we are taught, it presents itself as a straight line, a progression, a journey from primitive beginnings toward ever greater sophistication. The story usually starts with small hunter-gatherer tribes, gradually forming villages, then cities, then empires, then the global world we live in today. It is a comforting narrative, one that suggests progress is inevitable, constant, predictable. It implies we are the peak of human development, the most advanced humanity has ever been. But what if that story is incomplete? What if the truth is not linear, but cyclical? What if we are not the first to rise this high? The conventional timeline tells us that large-scale civilization began around 5,000 to 6,000 years ago. Before that, humans were supposedly simple and primitive, lacking complex knowledge, advanced technology, or architectural ability. And yet, the deeper archaeologists dig, the more evidence they uncover that challenges this assumption. Structures older than cities, astronomy older than writing, mathematics older than agriculture. It is as if we are digging backward into a forgotten age, a missing chapter of humanity. This is the problem with our understanding of history. It is built on fragments, on what survived, not on what existed. And most of what once existed did not survive. Think about how fragile our own world is. Most of our knowledge is stored digitally. Screens, servers, satellites. If something catastrophic happened, a global power outage, a magnetic event, a massive asteroid strike, nearly all of our recorded history would vanish instantly. Buildings would crumble within centuries. Plastics would break down. Metals would corrode. Even languages would die and change. Future humans would find only scattered ruins and artifacts, and they would have to guess who we were and what we knew. This is exactly the situation we face when we look backward. We are trying to reconstruct an entire global story from what remains, and the remains are inconsistent with the story we are told. For example, many ancient cultures appear suddenly in the archaeological record already possessing advanced knowledge, not developing over time, not experimenting slowly through trial and error, but appearing fully formed. The Sumerians suddenly had complex legal codes, city planning, and astronomical records. The Egyptians suddenly had hierarchical government, precise stone architecture, and symbolic writing. The Mayas suddenly had advanced mathematics and calendar systems. How does knowledge like that appear suddenly? Knowledge like that requires prior development, yet there is no trace of the developmental stages, unless they inherited it. The same goes for architecture. We see civilizations building with impossibly large megalithic stones early in their timelines, and only later resorting to smaller, simpler building techniques. This is the opposite of what should happen if humans were learning and improving gradually. It suggests that whoever originally built these structures possessed a level of engineering ability that was later lost. We find the most advanced building at the deepest levels of history, not the most recent ones. This is the reverse of the standard historical narrative. And yet, rather than just a narrative, mainstream archaeology tries to force the evidence to fit the existing story. Dates are dismissed. Anomalies are ignored. Anything that breaks the model is labeled myth or coincidence. Because to admit the possibility of an earlier advanced civilization would require rewriting everything, from timelines to cultural origins to our understanding of human potential. But the signs are there. Clear, repeated, global. Civilizations that should never have been connected share identical symbols, architectural styles, mathematical systems, and mythological narratives. Cultures separated by oceans and continents somehow preserve the same sacred numbers, the same star alignments, the same mythic archetypes of gods descending from the sky or emerging from the sea to teach civilization. These similarities are not slight. They are precise. And precision is never accidental. If we were to assume that all ancient civilizations developed independently, we would expect wildly different representations of the world, wildly different symbolic systems, wildly different cosmologies. But instead, we see repeating patterns everywhere, patterns so consistent They form a shared language, a language that seems designed to transcend time and translation. This raises a question many are now beginning to ask. Where did this knowledge come from? Was it inherited from survivors of a great disaster? Was it passed down through priesthoods sworn to protect it? Was it encoded into myth so that it could survive memory loss across generations? Or did humanity once live through a golden age, a time of shared global knowledge that we no longer remember? If we remove the assumption that progress is always forward, a new picture begins to form. A picture in which humanity has risen before, reached extraordinary heights, and fallen again, leaving behind only remnants for future ages to rediscover. A picture in which ancient warnings of floods, fires, cosmic cycles, and great collapses are not metaphors but memories. Our problem is not that we lack evidence. Our problem is that we have been taught to ignore the evidence. We have been trained to see ancient people as primitive so that we do not question the foundations of our education, our chronology, our identity as the most advanced humans that have ever lived. But the ruins remain, the symbols remain, the alignments remain. And when evidence survives destruction, erasure, and time itself, that evidence deserves to be heard. To understand the message left for us, we must first acknowledge that the standard historical model is not complete. We must be willing to look beyond the stories printed in textbooks and see the story written in stone. The past is not what we have been told. The past is deeper, older, and far more mysterious. And the message we are uncovering now may change everything. When we walk through ancient ruins today, we are often told to see them as the product of primitive ingenuity, simple tools, long time frames, and sheer human effort. But there are places on Earth where that explanation simply does not hold. Places where the stone itself challenges everything we think we know about the capabilities of early humans. These are sites where construction is not just impressive. It is impossible by conventional understanding. It is as if the builders possessed knowledge, methods, and technology far beyond their era. And these structures feel less like buildings and more like messages, intentionally permanent, intentionally puzzling, intentionally designed to survive time. Consider Baalbek in Lebanon, a site where foundations of an ancient temple complex rest on stones so massive that even our most advanced modern cranes would struggle to lift them. One of these stones, known as the Stone of the Pregnant Woman, weighs over 1,000 tons. Another, still partially embedded in the quarry, weighs more than 1,200 tons. The official explanation suggests that ancient workers somehow cut, shaped, transported, and lifted these blocks into perfect alignment using ropes, wooden rollers, and manpower. But when engineers are asked to recreate this, they cannot. The logistics alone are staggering. The stone would sink under its own weight. The foundation would collapse. The friction would generate heat. The rope would snap. Something is missing in this story, something vital. Then there is Sacsayhuaman in Peru, where walls are formed from immense stone blocks fitted together with such precision that not even a single piece of paper or a razor blade can slip between them. These stones are not uniform. Each one has multiple faces and angles, carved to interlock like puzzle pieces. This kind of masonry is not simply artistic. It is structural genius, earthquake-resistant, tension-distributing, self-stabilizing. Modern architecture still studies these walls for their engineering brilliance. Yet we are told the builders had no written language, no iron tools, no advanced mathematics. And somehow, they shaped hard diorite and andesite, stones harder than the very copper tools they are said to have used. Our textbooks explain it away as patience and trial and error. But patience does not produce geometric perfection. Trial and error does not produce seamless polygonal joints, so exact that they appear melted into one another. Something more precise was at play, a technique, a knowledge, perhaps even a lost form of energy application. And across the world, we find similar examples. At Ollantaytambo, gigantic terraces rise from a mountainside, with monolithic stone blocks transported from a quarry miles away, across a river through steep mountain terrain. At Pumapunku, in Bolivia, we find stone blocks cut with perfect right angles, drill holes, and recessed channels that mirror modern machine tooling. Experts examining the surfaces have commented that they resemble the results of industrial precision, not hand tools. Göbekli Tepe, buried intentionally beneath the earth for thousands of years, contain stone pillars weighing up to 20 tons each, carved with intricate animal reliefs and arranged in precise circles. It dates back over 11,000 years, older than pottery, agriculture, or the wheel according to the standard timeline, and yet it appears suddenly, with no developmental stages leading up to it, as if the people who built it already knew exactly what they were doing. This is a pattern that repeats over and over. The oldest structures are the most advanced. The earliest buildings are the largest, heaviest, and most impossibly crafted. Later civilizations build smaller, simpler, less precise copies. This is not a progression of skill. It is a memory fading. When a civilization collapses and knowledge is lost, later generations inherit only fragments of what once was known. They try to replicate the grandeur of their ancestors, but they cannot, so they build smaller, simpler, rougher, and over time, they begin to forget who taught them in the first place. We see this echoed in mythologies around the world. Stories of ancient builders, godlike architects, culture bringers who came before and taught humanity. They are remembered as deities, as wise ones, as shining ones. But perhaps they were simply the survivors of a greater age. The structures they left behind do not feel like temples built for worship. They feel like markers, coordinates, teachings carved into stone, lessons that could not be erased even when languages died and histories were rewritten. And the placement of these structures reinforces this idea. Many are aligned with astronomical events, solstices, equinoxes, star constellations. It is as if the architects were saying, look up, remember where you are in the cosmos. Remember what is coming. There are places where stones appear to hum when struck, resonating like tuning forks. There are chambers where specific frequencies carry in ways modern acousticians still study. The ancients understood vibration, resonance geometry, and celestial cycles. These buildings were not mere shelters or monuments. They were instruments. They were messages encoded in frequency and shape. If we look at these sites with the assumption that ancient people were primitive, everything is confusing. But if we assume they were advanced, suddenly everything makes sense. The precision, the scale, the alignment, the repetition, the universality. These structures were not accidents of culture. They were deliberate messages. And they were designed to last until someone in the future was ready to understand them. That someone is us. We are the first civilization in thousands of years with the technology to accurately measure, analyze, and compare these structures on a global scale. Satellite mapping, digital modeling, laser scanning. We are just now beginning to see the message emerge. Patterns are revealing themselves. Numbers repeat. Alignments repeat. Symbols repeat. The buildings are speaking. The stones are speaking. The past is speaking. The only question now is whether we are willing to listen. Across the ancient world, stone is not merely a building material. It is a language. It is a medium chosen intentionally, with purpose and foresight, by those who wish to send a message across time. When you look closely at megalithic structures, at the shapes, the angles, the alignments, the geometric layouts, you begin to notice something profound. These monuments are not random. They are not decorative. They are communicating. The stones are speaking, not through written text, not through symbols, but through form, through orientation, through proportion, through the relationship between earth and sky. If language is the encoding of meaning into sound or letters, then megalithic structures are the encoding of meaning into geometry. Take, for example, the great stone circles of the British Isles, Avebury, Stonehenge, Callanish. These structures are not simply circular formations of rock. They are astronomical instruments, perfectly aligned to track the movements of the sun, the moon, and the stars. The builders were not guessing. They were measuring long-term celestial cycles that require generations of continuous observation to understand. They encoded the rhythm of the cosmos into architecture, and the same pattern exists thousands of miles away. In Egypt, the pyramids and temples are arranged with such astonishing precision that their alignment to cardinal directions is more accurate than the alignment of modern structures built using satellite navigation. Their proportions are based on mathematical constants that define the very architecture of the natural world. The golden ratio, the value of pi, the geometry of light and growth. These constants are not cultural. They are universal. This is the signature of a civilization that was not just building for shelter, worship, or governance. They were building in code. Consider how many ancient structures aligned to solstices, the longest and shortest days of the year. Why would this matter? Because solstices are fixed points in the sun's yearly cycle. If you want a message to last across ages where languages change and civilizations fall, you must anchor your message to something that will never change. The sky does not lose its meaning. The stars do not forget their positions. The sun will rise and set in the same cycles long after every empire has crumbled into dust. The builders chose a universe as their reference system, but the message goes deeper than simple alignment. There is symbolism embedded in the very shapes they chose. Circles represent eternity, the cycle of time, the endless return. Squares represent stability, Earth, the physical realm. Triangles represent ascent, connection between above and below. Spirals represent life, evolution, consciousness unfolding. These symbols appear on every continent, in cultures that are not supposed to have a contact with one another. Yet the meanings are the same, or close enough to suggest a shared origin. And when you examine the layout of ancient ceremonial centers, you find geometric relationships that modern architects still study. Trigonometric functions appear long before trigonometry was supposedly invented. Harmonic ratios appear long before the development of formal mathematics. This suggests not discovery, but inheritance. Someone had this knowledge already. Someone passed it on. This is not speculation. It is measurable. When archaeoastronomers analyze the layout of ancient sites, they consistently find alignments to solstices, equinoxes, lunar standstills, and specific star constellations. The odds of this happening by chance are astronomically small. And what is even more striking is that these alignments form patterns that repeat across the world. The Giza pyramids align with Orion's belt. Teotihuacan aligns with the Pleiades. Angkor Wat aligns with the constellation of Draco. These are not the same cultures, not the same languages, not the same religious frameworks, yet they are speaking the same cosmic language. This raises a profound question. How did they all arrive at the same meaning? Either human beings, separated across continents and millennia, all spontaneously discovered the same astronomical and mathematical systems, or they inherited these systems from a common source. The geometry of these structures does not just reflect the physical world. It reflects the metaphysical, the unseen, the conceptual. To encode geometry into stone is to encode understanding itself. It means the builders were concerned with something beyond daily life. They were concerned with time, with cycles, with memory, with the future. Look at how the stones are positioned. In many sites, the largest and most precisely shaped stones are placed at the foundation. This is the inverse of what we would expect. If people were learning and improving over time, the most advanced instruction would appear later, not at the beginning. But instead, we see the opposite. The earliest layers are the most perfect. The later additions are cruder, less refined, less aligned. This tells us something crucial. The knowledge that created the original structures was lost. Later people tried to maintain the monuments. They tried to rebuild them. They even worshipped them. But they did not understand them. The message was still there, but the key to reading it had faded. We are now rediscovering that key. With the rise of global communication, digital modeling, and satellite mapping, we can now compare ancient structures around the world in ways no previous generation could. And when we do, we see they are part of a network, a blueprint etched into the very surface of the earth. Their geometry is not just aesthetic. It is mnemonic. It is meant to preserve ideas. Stone is memory. Alignment is instruction. Proportion is meaning. These structures are telling us something about where we came from, and they may also be telling us something about where we are going. The message is not fully decoded yet, but we are closer now than we have ever been. The stones are not silent. We simply had to remember how to listen. If the stones themselves are a language, then the sky is the key that unlocks it. Because across the ancient world, we find that the placement of temples, pyramids, stone circles, and sacred cities forms patterns that correspond not to the earth beneath our feet, but to the heavens above us. The builders were not simply creating monuments. They were creating maps, maps that mirror the stars, maps that link our world to the cosmos, maps that suggest humanity was once profoundly aware of its place in a much larger system. Consider the Giza Plateau in Egypt. The three great pyramids are arranged not in a perfect line, but in a pattern that matches the belt stars of the constellation Orion. The size of each pyramid corresponds to the brightness of each star, and their orientation is not random. It is aligned to the cardinal directions with an accuracy that rivals modern surveying equipment. The builders were encoding something. They were marking a relationship between Earth and the heavens, between humanity and something greater. But this is not an isolated case. On the other side of the world, the ancient city of Teotihuacan in Mexico mirrors the constellation of the Pleiades. The layout of the city, its central avenue, its massive pyramids, its plazas, forms a terrestrial reflection of the star cluster revered by civilizations across time. And the Pleiades themselves appear in mythologies from the Maya to the Japanese to the Greeks. How could vastly separated cultures, with no recorded connection, all decide the same group of stars was sacred, unless the significance was inherited? In Cambodia, the temple complex of Angkor, what aligns with the constellation Draco? The layout of its towers forms a star map as it would have appeared in the sky thousands of years earlier, suggesting not only astronomical awareness, but awareness of precession, the slow wobble of Earth's axial rotation that causes the position of stars to shift over millennia. Precession is not something a culture observes in a single generation. It requires centuries, even thousands of years, of recorded celestial observation. Yet here it is, encoded into architecture. Go to Peru, to Machu Picchu and into Atena stone, a carved granite pillar aligned precisely to the sun's zenith on specific days. It casts no shadow when the sun reaches its highest point. The builders understood solar cycles with a precision that would require careful tracking over centuries. They were not guessing. They were calculating. In England, Stonehenge aligns perfectly with the midsummer sunrise and the midwinter sunset. Its builders understood the solar year and the turning of the seasons. But Stonehenge is only one part of a larger complex of stone alignments stretching across the landscape, a system of observation so vast that modern surveying only recently uncovered its full layout. The consistent theme is alignment, to the sun, to the moon, to the stars, to the great cycles of the cosmos. These were not primitive people trying to understand their world. They understood it profoundly, and their monuments were designed to preserve that understanding. But why? Why encode the heavens onto Earth? One possibility is navigation, a way to remember when seasons would change, when rains would fall, when harvest should begin. But that alone does not require such enormous effort, such monumental scale, such mathematical precision. Another possibility is spiritual, alignment as a way to honor gods or celestial beings. But the scale and consistency suggest something beyond worship. These structures feel instructional. They feel like markers. They feel like messages. Imagine a civilization facing a great catastrophe. They know that cities will fall. Libraries will burn. Knowledge will be lost. They need a way to ensure that critical information survives. Information that must not depend on language, culture, or technology. Where do you store it? You store it in the stars. The stars do not change their underlying relationships. Even across thousands of years, their patterns remain recognizable. If you create a structure that mirrors a star pattern, future observers can decode it simply by looking up. No written language needed. No teacher required. The universe itself becomes the reference key. This is the elegance of the message. It does not require memory to be passed down. It simply requires observation. And yet, the knowledge encoded is not just astronomical. It is philosophical. By mapping Earth to the heavens, the ancient builders were illustrating a principle, as above, so below. This is not just poetry. It is instruction. It suggests that human life is part of a larger cycle, that events on Earth reflect patterns in the cosmos, that time itself moves not linearly, but rhythmically. This idea appears in ancient myth worldwide. The ages of man, the cycles of creation and destruction, the turning of the great year. These myths are not random. They are reflections of celestial mechanics. Specifically, the precessional cycle of Earth's axis, which spans roughly 26,000 years. The ancients were warning us about something cyclical, something that has happened before and will happen again. Cataclysm, renewal, rebirth. And now we return to the monumental constructions, the star maps carved into stone. These were not merely commemorations of the sky. They were markers of time. They were clocks measuring cycles so vast that only a civilization thinking across millennia would ever conceive of them. Humanity today measures time in seconds, minutes, hours. Ancient civilizations measured time in ages. The alignment of ancient structures to constellations is not coincidence. It is not superstition. It is memory, a memory preserved in architecture, a memory that we are only now rediscovering, just as the world enters another period of rapid change. The ancients left us these star maps because they wanted us to remember when the cycle comes again. We were not meant to forget who built these monuments. We were meant to remember why. And now, slowly, piece by piece, the message is revealing itself. There is a site in the ancient world unlike any other, a place that should not exist according to the timeline we are told, a place that did not simply fade with time or fall to conquest, but was intentionally buried, not destroyed, not abandoned, hidden, preserved. Göbekli Tepe. On a remote hillside in southeastern Turkey, beneath layers of earth and time, lies a series of vast stone circles made of pillars carved with animals, symbols, and forms that speak of a world we barely recognize. These pillars stand up to 20 feet tall, some weighing several tons. The carvings are detailed, deliberate, expressive. The architecture is planned, aligned, oriented. And according to modern archaeology, Göbekli Tepe dates back more than 11,000 years, almost twice as old as the pyramids of Egypt, older than the invention of writing, agriculture, or the wheel. It breaks the timeline completely. The conventional model tells us that humans at that time were simple hunter-gatherers, living in small tribes, with no permanent settlements, no agriculture, no advanced organization. And yet here we find complex ceremonial architecture, requiring coordinated labor, long-term planning, and highly developed symbolic thought. For such a structure to exist, the people who built it must have had social hierarchy, knowledge of geometry, understanding of astronomy, and shared mythological frameworks. These are the characteristics of a mature civilization, not a primitive culture. But the most revealing part of Göbekli Tepe's story is not how old it is. It is the fact that it was buried intentionally. The entire complex, not just one circle, but many, was covered carefully with layers of soil, stone fragments, and debris. It was not engulfed by natural disaster. It was not overtaken by erosion. It was entombed by its builders, sealed as though protecting something, as though they wanted it to survive the passage of time, to be found later. This is a signature of a message. Archaeologists struggle to explain this. Why would people go to such painstaking effort to create something monumental, only to cover it up? Why hide what you spent so much labor to build? There is only one logical reason. They were preserving it. They knew something was coming, something that would erase the world they lived in, and they wanted their knowledge to endure beyond that moment. This aligns with another mystery. The abrupt end of the last ice age, roughly 12,800 years ago, when Earth experienced a sudden climatic shift. Temperatures spiked. Glaciers melted rapidly. Sea levels rose by hundreds of feet. Species went extinct. Landscapes changed dramatically. Evidence of cosmic impacts and massive floods appear in geological records around the same time. The timing is not coincidence. Göbekli Tepe appears immediately after this global upheaval, almost as if it was built by survivors. Imagine a civilization watching its cities, its knowledge, its world wash away beneath rising seas and collapsing ecosystems. Imagine the few who survived, those who carried memory, knowledge, experience. What would they do? They would try to preserve what they knew. They would try to rebuild. They would try to leave a record. Göbekli Tepe may be that record. The restart point. The site's carvings reinforce this idea. The animals depicted are not random decorations. They appear symbolic, coded, arranged in deliberate compositions. Some scholars propose that these carvings record constellations, and that one particular pillar, known as the vulture stone, encodes an astronomical event, possibly the very cosmic impact that triggered the global climate shift at the end of the Ice Age. If that is true, Göbekli Tepe is not just a temple. It is a warning, a message across time. The layout of the site adds to this sense of purpose. The circular enclosures appear to be arranged in chronological sequence, with newer circles built after older ones, yet maintaining the same architectural style. This continuity suggests an organized tradition, something taught, preserved, and transmitted, and then, suddenly, everything stops. The site is buried, sealed closed, not in a hurry, not in chaos, but methodically, as if following ritual instructions, as if the builders wanted to ensure the site would endure long after their culture was gone. The people who buried Göbekli Tepe may have known that they themselves would not survive, that their world was ending, but the message they left in stone might survive long enough to be rediscovered. And that is exactly what has happened. Göbekli Tepe was discovered only in 1994, after thousands of years lying hidden. Think about the timing of this discovery. In the same era humanity developed satellite imaging, genetic analysis, global communication networks, and computer modeling, we are now able to measure, compare, and analyze ancient structures in ways no previous generation could. Why now? Why was this site found only after humanity developed the tools to decode it? Many ancient stories speak of knowledge preserved for a future age, for a time when humanity would need to remember. Myths from Sumer, Egypt, India, the Andes, and Polynesia speak of ancestors who survived a great destruction and passed knowledge forward to be rediscovered later, when the world entered a new cycle. Göbekli Tepe is the physical expression of that myth. It is memory set in stone, and it forces us to ask questions that shake the foundations of everything we think we know. If humans were supposed to be primitive 11,000 years ago, who built this? If knowledge is supposed to build slowly, where did this advanced understanding come from? If civilization began only 6,000 years ago, why is there evidence of ceremony, astronomy, and engineering twice as old? The answer is becoming clearer. Humanity did not start from nothing. We restarted. We inherited knowledge from those who came before. From a world that collapsed, a world erased, a world remembered only through monuments, myths, and stone circles buried to survive the turning of the ages. Göbekli Tepe is not the beginning of civilization. It is the echo of a civilization that came before, a message left for us, waiting for the moment we would be ready to understand. Beneath the oceans, where sunlight fades and the world becomes silent, there are structures that should not exist. Carved steps, straight walls, platforms, terraces, forms that do not belong to nature, and yet they lie there, submerged as if waiting, as if they once stood under open sky, in a world that has since vanished. One of the most striking of these sites lies off the coast of Yonaguni, a small island in Japan. Divers first encountered it by accident, expecting only coral reef and sand, but instead found themselves swimming along perfectly straight ledges, massive terraces, and enormous angular formations that look almost like a step pyramid descending into the deep. The lines are too clean, the corners too precise, the surfaces too flat to be mere geological coincidence. Something had shaped this. Something had built this. But according to official history, there was no civilization in that region advanced enough to create such monumental architecture at the time when the site would have been above water. Because the last time Yonaguni's underwater terraces stood in the sunlight, when sea levels were significantly lower, was more than 10,000 years ago. Again, the timeline fractures. We are told that humans in that era had no monumental architecture, no cities, no engineering. And yet, here is a structure that suggests the opposite. If Yonaguni was built, it was built by a culture that possessed mathematics, planning, social organization, and the ability to cut and shape stone on a massive scale. The pattern matches what we have already seen. Civilization appears earlier than recorded. Knowledge appears suddenly, and then it disappears. It is as if history is fragmented, torn apart by an event so large, so destructive, that entire coastlines were swallowed and entire peoples erased. Consider this. More than 70% of ancient human settlements would have been built along coastlines, close to fresh water, food resources, and trade routes. But at the end of the last ice age, melting glaciers caused sea levels to rise dramatically, hundreds of feet, flooding entire continental shelves. If there had been cities, advanced, organized, thriving, they would now lie underwater. Our archaeological record is incomplete because most of it is under the sea. Yanaguni is a glimpse, a window into a drowned world. But Yanaguni is not alone. Off the coast of India, near the Gulf of Cambay, sonar scans revealed a massive grid-like structure resting beneath layers of sediment. Divers retrieved ancient pottery, stone tools, and carved artifacts that suggest human settlement long before mainstream history allows. The site, if confirmed, would date back more than 9,000 years, older than any city traditionally recognized. In the Bahamas Bimini Road, a series of massive limestone blocks arranged in a straight, paved alignment stretching into the sea, challenges conventional geology. Some say it is natural formation. Others argue it is clearly engineered. The blocks fit together too neatly. Their placement follows intentional pattern, like a harbor wall or causeway. Off the coast of Cuba, deep-sea survey teams scanning the ocean floor detected what appear to be symmetrical structures arranged in geometric patterns. Too deep to investigate fully, but unmistakably artificial in formation. Huge pyramidal shapes, rectangular foundations, and straight avenues lie on a seabed that would have been dry land over 10,000 years ago. And then there is Doggerland, the once-inhabited landmass that connected Britain to mainland Europe before rising seas swallowed it. Archaeologists now know that entire forests, rivers, and settlements lie beneath the North Sea, lost, forgotten, erased. What stories were carried away with that land? What memories? What knowledge? Every submerged ruin hints at the same truth. Humanity's story is older than the history we are taught. If the ocean floor holds the memories of an earlier world, then the survivors of that world, those who lived through its collapse, would have been forced to higher ground, inland, to mountains, to regions untouched by rising seas. It explains why the oldest surviving sacred structures are often built on high plateaus, hilltops, and mountain ridges, far from the coast where early life would naturally thrive. Göbekli Tepe, Machu Picchu, the Andean highland sites, ancient temples in the Himalayas, all elevated, all seemingly built by cultures with knowledge inherited rather than newly discovered. It is as though the survivors climbed upward and started again. So what does this mean for Yanaguni? Imagine a civilization living before the end of the Ice Age, a civilization that had developed art, architecture, astronomy, a civilization that built along the coastlines of a world very different from ours. Then imagine that world ending, not slowly, but rapidly, catastrophically. Melting ice, rising seas, collapsing ecosystems, storms, floods, earthquakes. Cities swallowed, knowledge scattered, survivors reduced to fragments. In the aftermath, small groups would have carried memory, stories, symbols. They would have tried to rebuild. But with fewer hands, fewer resources, and landscapes transformed, they could not recreate the world they had lost. And so the memory of civilization slipped into myth. Stories of golden ages, of great floods, of gods who walked among humans, of knowledge given and taken away. These myths exist in every culture. They are not isolated. They are not coincidence. They are memory retold as story. The sunken ruins across the world are not anomalies. They are evidence of an earlier chapter in the human story, a chapter we have forgotten or were taught to forget. Yanaguni is not just stone underwater. It is a mirror showing us who we once were. It suggests that human history is not a straight line of progress, but a cycle, rising, falling, rising again. Civilizations flourish, collapse, and rebirth occurs from the fragments left behind. We are the descendants of those fragments. The message becomes clearer. We were not the first to build. We will not be the last to fall. And the past is not behind us. It waits beneath the waves, waiting for us to remember. Across cultures separated by vast oceans, by languages that share no ancestry, by traditions that developed in isolation from one another, there's a story that keeps repeating. A story so consistent and so deeply rooted that it cannot be coincidence. A story of a world that came before ours, a world that flourished, advanced, and then was destroyed in a catastrophe so immense that it reshaped the earth itself. This story is the flood. From ancient Mesopotamia to the rainforests of Central America, from the icy plains of Siberia to the islands of the Pacific, from the high temples of the Andes to the stone circles of Europe, the same narrative emerges. The world was destroyed by water. A great flood swept across the lands, drowning cities, erasing kingdoms, silencing the voices of entire civilizations. But the most striking part is not the destruction itself. It is what comes before it, the Golden Age. In the ancient Sumerian tablets, some of the oldest written records on Earth, there is a description of a time when kingship descended from the heavens, a time when knowledge, order, and wisdom were established, a time when cities were built according to a cosmic plan. And then suddenly, the flood comes, an event so devastating that it resets everything. This is mirrored in the stories of the Maya, who speak of multiple worlds that existed before ours, each destroyed in turn, one by fire, one by wind, one by flood. Humanity, they say, is living in the fourth creation, the survivors of the last destruction. The ancient Greeks speak of Atlantis, a civilization that reached heights of knowledge and influence unmatched in the ancient world, a civilization that fell in a single day and night of misfortune when the seas rose and swallowed it. The Hindus speak of the Satya Yuga, a golden age of truth and enlightenment, followed by a collapse into chaos and destruction brought by rising waters. In this story, a wise figure, Manu, is warned in advance and preserves knowledge to carry into the next age. The same story appears among the Aboriginal peoples of Australia, the Maori of New Zealand, the tribes of the Amazon rainforest, the Inuit of the Arctic, and the Dogon of Mali in West Africa. Different lands, different languages, same narrative, a highly advanced world, a sudden catastrophe, a return to survival, a slow rebuilding, a memory carried through myth. Myths are not simply stories. Myths are memory encoded in symbolic form. So what happened? Science provides part of the answer. At the end of the last ice age, roughly 12,800 years ago, the world experienced a rapid and dramatic climate shift. Glaciers melted at an unprecedented rate. Sea levels rose by hundreds of feet. Massive freshwater floods poured into the oceans. The coastline of the entire planet changed. America's Great Lake basins were carved by sudden torrents of meltwater. The Black Sea expanded dramatically. Land bridges disappeared, and the shorelines where early humans once lived were swallowed forever. But something triggered this change. The geological record suggests the possibility of an external event, perhaps a series of comet fragments striking the ice sheets in the northern hemisphere. Nanodiamonds, microspherules, charcoal layers, and sharp spikes of atmospheric alteration indicate sudden, violent impacts. These would have vaporized ice instantly, launched particles into the atmosphere, triggered wildfires, disrupted climate systems, and caused abrupt global flooding. In other words, a real flood, not a slow rise of seas over thousands of years, a rapid, catastrophic event. And if a civilization existed before this event, built along coastlines, thriving in lands now submerged, its destruction would have been total. Entire cities gone, records lost, survivors scattered. With nowhere to return to, they would have carried memories, stories, symbols, fragments of knowledge. And those fragments became the seeds of the civilizations we recognize today. This explains the sudden appearance of agriculture, astronomy, and monumental architecture around the world shortly after the end of the Ice Age. It appears not as a gradual evolution, but as a re-inheritance. Humanity did not learn these things for the first time. It remembered them. Look closely at the flood myths, and you will see that they hold clues, encoded knowledge. The focus is not simply destruction. It is renewal. Someone always survives. Someone always preserves knowledge. Someone always carries the story forward. In the Sumerian account, it is Zeusidra. In the Hebrew text, Noah. In the Hindu tradition, Manu. In the Greek myth, Deucalion. In the Maya legends, the first men who hid in the mountains. The details vary, but the role is the same. The survivor is the bridge between worlds. This repetition suggests something intentional, as though the story was meant to survive the collapse, as though memory was carried through destruction and placed carefully into oral tradition to ensure that one message would endure. This has happened before. It can happen again. The flood myths serve not only as history, but as warning. They tell us that the Earth moves through cycles, grand cycles of climate, celestial alignment, and cosmic influence. They tell us that civilization is vulnerable, that knowledge is fragile, that stability is temporary. They tell us that the world can change suddenly, with little warning. And they tell us that those who remember the past hold the key to surviving the future. This is why the ancients aligned monuments to the stars. This is why they carved their knowledge in stone. This is why they built on high ground. This is why they encoded cycles and myth. They were speaking to us, across time, but if the flood was real and the world before was real, then the greatest question remains. Who were the people of that earlier world? How advanced were they? How widespread was their civilization? And what did they know that we have forgotten? The ruins, the alignments, the myths, the astronomical precision, all point to something extraordinary, something that does not fit into the conventional story of humanity. The flood myths are not the beginning of the story. They are the dividing line, a fracture in time, a memory of a world lost, a message for a world rebuilt. There are symbols in the ancient world that appear everywhere. Symbols carved into stone temples, stitched into ceremonial clothing, painted on pottery, traced into cave walls, and passed down through oral traditions. Symbols that appear in civilizations separated by oceans, separated by centuries, separated by cultures that had no recorded contact with one another. And yet, the symbols are the same or close enough that their shared origin becomes undeniable. This is not coincidence. This is inheritance. One of the most mysterious among these symbols is the serpent. To modern interpretation, the serpent is simply an animal, but to the ancients, the serpent represented something far deeper: knowledge, transformation, cycles, and power. In Mesoamerican mythology, the god Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, is a bringer of wisdom, science, astronomy, and civilization itself. He descends from the sky, teaches humans how to build, how to cultivate, how to track the stars, and then he disappears, promising to return. In ancient Egypt, the serpent is associated with the god Thoth, keeper of hidden knowledge, master of writing and measurement. In some depictions, the serpent coils around a staff, an image that has survived into modern times as a caduceus, the symbol of medicine and healing. In India, the serpent appears as a naga, powerful beings who dwell in hidden realms, guardians of sacred knowledge. In Buddhism, enlightenment occurs when the serpent king Mukulinda coils around the meditating Buddha to shield him from the storm, suggesting protection of awakening, of higher understanding. In Norse mythology, Jormungandr, the world serpent, encircles the earth, symbolizing the cyclical nature of time itself. Different lands, different eras, same symbol, same meaning, but the serpent is only one. Another symbol that appears across ancient cultures is the sun disk with wings, the idea of a radiant source descending from above, imparting knowledge, order, or renewal. In Egypt, the winged sun is associated with Horus, in Mesopotamia with Shamash, in Persia with Ahura Mazda. Among the Maya, the sun is a being of great intelligence who teaches the cycles of time. Why does nearly every ancient culture associate the sun not merely with warmth and life, but with instruction? Why is the bringer of light also the bringer of knowledge? Then there is a spiral, found carved into stones in Ireland, etched into petroglyphs in the American Southwest, traced into ceramics in Greece, carved into monoliths in New Zealand. The spiral represents cycles, the turning of ages, the movement of the heavens, the repeating pattern of rise and fall. It is not linear. It is not random. It is time recorded in form. And then there is a cross within a circle, a simple geometric mark that appears in the ruins of Anatolia, in the rock art of the Pueblo people, in the sacred symbols of the Celts, in Hindu yantras, and even in the patterns of ancient Chinese astrological tables. It represents the world divided into 4 parts, the cardinal directions, and the center point of origin. It also represents the solar year, the solstices and equinoxes, the turning of the seasons. But it is more than a calendar. It is a cosmogram, a map of reality. Humanity across the ancient world was not merely observing nature. It was encoding a worldview. These symbols were not decorative. They were instructional. They were the memory of something older, passed forward through story, through art, through ritual, because something catastrophic had been lost and could not be written down in books that no longer existed. Symbol was a language that survived. Nowhere is this clearer than in the symbol of the tree, the world tree, the axis mundi, the central point connecting heaven, earth, and the underworld. The Maya called it the Wakachan. The Norse called it Yggdrasil. The Egyptians depicted it as the sycamore tree of Hathor. The ancient Persians spoke of the Geokarina. The Siberian shamans climbed the world tree in spiritual vision. The details change. The meaning does not. The tree is the ladder between realms, the connection between the physical and the divine. It suggests that humans once believed, or once knew, that consciousness could ascend, evolve, move between states of awareness. The world tree represents the structure of the universe and the path through it. But why would so many cultures carry the same symbols, the same metaphysical architectures, unless they all inherited them from the same source? At some point in the deep past, long before recorded history, there must have been a unified tradition, a shared system of knowledge, a worldview that explained humanity's place in the cosmos, a system taught, remembered, and repeated before the world fractured, before seas rose, before cities sank, before survivors scattered into mountains and deserts. This is why we see repetition, not imitation, remembrance. Archaeologists attempt to explain these similarities through convergent development, the idea that cultures create similar symbols independently because they respond to similar natural experiences. But convergent development does not explain why the symbols convey identical meanings, or why they appear with identical ceremonial contexts, or why they are tied to the same astronomical references. Convergence cannot explain the serpent as the bringer of knowledge across continents. Convergence cannot explain the world tree as the axis of existence everywhere. Convergence cannot explain the winged sun as a descending teacher civilization-wide. These are not coincidences. They are cultural fossils, the remains of an earlier understanding. Imagine a world deeply connected, not through trade, not through conquest, but through shared memory. A world where knowledge was not fragmented by borders, language, or belief. A world where humans understood that they were part of something larger, a cosmic cycle of creation, destruction, and renewal. When that world ended, suddenly, violently, its knowledge did not vanish completely. It fractured. It splintered into symbols, myths, rituals. Each surviving group carried only part of the memory. And over time, these memories became stories. And the stories became religion. And the religion became myth and was dismissed. But the symbols remained. The symbols survived. The symbols wait. Because symbols do not forget, even when we do. They are the fingerprints of a lost world. The remnants of a message carved not in words, but in meaning. And now, as we rediscover ancient structures, decode astronomical alignments, uncover sunken cities, and reveal buried temples, the symbols are beginning to reassemble themselves, like pieces of puzzle returning to their original shape. The past is not lost. It is speaking. The question now is whether we are ready to listen. There are places on Earth where the very landscape feels intentional, as if shaped not only by natural forces, but by hands guided with purpose. Places where mountains align in geometric precision, where vast plains seem measured, where islands form patterns that resemble star constellations when seen from above. We tend to assume that nature is random, but the ancients did not believe this. To them, the earth was alive, conscious, responsive, and they knew that to build something sacred, one did not simply choose a location. The location chose them. This concept is known today as sacred geography, the idea that ancient civilizations placed their temples, monuments, cities, and ceremonial centers according to a hidden order. They did not build at random. They built at points of power. These points correspond to what we now call ley lines, invisible alignment of energy running across the earth, connecting ancient structures in straight paths that span continents. It sounds mystical, even fantastical, until you start mapping them. Draw a line from the Great Pyramid of Giza to Machu Picchu in Peru, and you'll find that dozens of ancient sites fall exactly along that line, forming a perfect arc around the globe. Draw another line from Stonehenge to the temples of Delphi, to the pyramids of Anatolia, to Mount Kailash in Tibet. You find the same phenomenon. These are not isolated coincidences. These are patterns. patterns that suggest the ancients understood the earth in ways we no longer do. But sacred geography is not only about alignment, it is about meaning. The ancient Egyptians chose the location of the Nile temples not only for access to water, but because they believed the river mirrored the Milky Way, a celestial river in the sky. The pyramids along the Nile were positioned like stars, each temple a reflection of a constellation. Earth was a mirror of the heavens. The same idea exists in the Americas. The Maya placed their cities in alignment with astronomical events, equinoxes, solstices, the rising of Venus. Their pyramids were built on energy nodes, where underground water channels and tectonic boundaries intersect. They understood that the earth breathes, that it carries energy, and that this energy could be harnessed. In ancient China, feng shui was not superstition, it was geophysics. Certain locations were believed to enhance life, fertility, harmony, prosperity. Not through magic, but through the natural current of the Earth's magnetic and gravitational fields. Their capital cities were selected not for convenience, but for energetic significance. In the Andes, the Inca traced Sikhs, invisible lines radiating out from their capital, Cuzco, like the spokes of a wheel. Along these lines lay temples, shrines, astronomical observation points. The landscape itself was transformed into a calendar, a map of time encoded into geography. In India, sacred sites were chosen according to Vastu, the directional flows of cosmic energy. Temples were not simply places of worship. They were tuning instruments, resonant structures designed to amplify the energies of the land. The idea appears again and again. The earth emits power. The ancients could sense it. They built to harness it. But how did they know where these points were? Modern science provides an unexpected clue. The earth is not a silent sphere. It vibrates. It resonates at frequencies known as the Schumann resonances, electromagnetic waves that exist naturally in the space between the Earth's surface and the ionosphere. These frequencies influence brain waves, emotion, health, perception. They are literally the heartbeat of the planet. And the strongest resonance nodes, the places where energy peaks, align with many ancient sites. The Great Pyramid of Giza sits on a geological plate boundary where these resonances intensify. Machu Picchu sits on the strongest magnetic anomaly in the Andes. Stonehenge lies on a junction of telluric currents, underground electrical pathways. Angkor Wat is positioned precisely at the golden ratio point of the Earth's circumference when measured from the North Pole. This is precision beyond superstition. This is knowledge. It suggests that ancient civilizations possessed either technological means to detect Earth's energy patterns or sensory, or intuitive abilities modern humans have lost, possibly both. But sacred geography goes deeper still. Not only are ancient structures aligned to Earth's energy, they are aligned to one another across vast distances. The Great Pyramid, Teotihuacan, Easter Island, Angkor Wat, and Tiwanaku all fall along the same great circle, a line that encircles the Earth at an angle of 30 degrees to the equator. This is not the shortest or most obvious line. It requires a global map and precise measurement. To create such alignments, the builders would have needed knowledge of the size and curvature of the Earth, the ability to calculate long distances with accuracy, a shared system of orientation, and measurement communication across continents, which mainstream history insists did not exist at the time these structures were built. Yet the alignment exists, which means either civilizations were far more advanced and connected than believed, or they inherited this knowledge from a civilization that came before. And here the message begins to clarify. Sacred sites were not randomly placed. They were part of a global network. A network designed to preserve knowledge. A network designed to survive the collapse of civilization. A network designed to speak across time. The Earth itself is a canvas. The monuments are the letters. The alignments are the sentences. Together, they form a language written not in words, but in geography. A language that can only be read when you step back far enough to see the entire planet as one interconnected message. We are only now developing the tools to read it. Satellite mapping, geomagnetic imaging, global archaeological databases, computational pattern recognition. The moment humanity gained the ability to see the Earth not as isolated nations, but as a single map, is the moment the ancient message began to reveal itself. And what does that message say? that we have lived through cycles of creation and destruction. That knowledge has been gained and lost, that we are not separate from the earth. We are part of its rhythm, and that the last time this cycle turned, someone tried to warn us. The question is no longer whether the message exists. The question is whether we will understand it before the cycle turns again. When standing before the ancient pyramids or the megalithic temples of Peru or the cyclopean stone walls of Greece, one can almost feel the intention behind them. These structures were not practical shelters, not palaces, not fortifications. They served a different purpose, one not immediately visible, yet undeniably present. Their placement, their shape, their orientation, and even the way sound moves through them suggests a level of planning far beyond simple construction. This was architecture with a purpose. One of the most overlooked aspects of ancient monumental architecture is acoustic engineering. Many temples and chambers are designed so that sound resonates at specific frequencies. In the Great Pyramid, a single human voice can vibrate the air in a way that creates standing waves, harmonics that fill the entire chamber. In the Hypogeum of Malta, a subterranean temple dating back thousands of years, the walls amplify low-frequency tones that directly affect the human nervous system, producing sensations ranging from trance to euphoria. This was not accidental. This was knowledge. In the Andes, at the Temple of the Sun in Machu Picchu, a whisper spoken near a carved stone wall echoes outward with clarity across the entire plaza. In Chichen Itza, clapping at the base of the Kukulkan Pyramid produces an echo that mimics the call of the sacred Quetzal bird, a sound not possible without precise mathematical shaping. The builders were manipulating sound, not for entertainment, but for transformation. They understood that vibration affects consciousness. But sound is only one part of the story. The geometry of ancient monuments is equally precise. Many pyramids, temples, and stone circles incorporate the golden ratio, 1:1. 618, a proportion found throughout nature, from the spirals of galaxies to the shells of sea creatures to the branching of trees. This ratio is aesthetically pleasing because it reflects the structure of life itself. To use it intentionally in architecture demonstrates not only awareness, but philosophy. The builders were encoding a message in form. Life is not random. It emerges from pattern. That pattern is cosmic. Consider the pyramids once again. Their proportions reflect not only the golden ratio, but also the ratio of Earth's radius to its circumference. The Great Pyramid is a model of the Northern Hemisphere on a scale of 1:43, 200. Its alignment to the four cardinal directions is so accurate that modern compasses show slight deviation by comparison. The base is nearly a perfect square. The sides converge toward the sky, as if pointing to something beyond physical space. This was not merely architecture. This was cosmology engraved in stone. And it is not limited to Egypt. In Tiwanaku, high in the mountains of Bolivia, far from quarries large enough to produce the stones used, stands a site of Puma Punku. Here, blocks of stone weighing up to 100 tons are cut with machine-like precision, perfect right angles, drill-like boreholes, interlocking joints that fit so tightly a sheet of paper cannot pass between them. No chisel marks, no primitive shaping, only accuracy so advanced it challenges everything we assume about the capabilities of the ancient world. According to mainstream history, the people of this region did not have writing, yet they produced stonework that modern industrial tooling struggles to replicate. If they did not learn this skill, they must have inherited it. Everywhere we look, we see this same pattern, advanced technique appearing suddenly, without developmental stages. Civilization does not evolve slowly in these sites. It arrives, as if memory was being restored, not discovered. The placement of monuments across landscapes further reinforces this idea. The distance between many ancient sites appears to encode ratios of planetary measurement. For example, the distance from the pyramids of Giza to Stonehenge corresponds to a fraction of Earth's circumference. The Nazca lines in Peru align toward Easter Island. Easter Island aligns toward Angkor Wat. Angkor Wat aligns toward the pyramids of Mexico. It is as if the Earth were being marked deliberately, like a grid, a communication network made not of technology, but of architecture. Imagine travelers in a distant future. discovering our fiber optic cables, communication towers, and satellite arrays, and assuming they had separate origins. They would not understand that these structures were once part of a unified system, a system that allowed information to flow across continents. The ancient world may have had something similar, not based on electronics, but on resonance, geometry, and energy fields. A world where architecture itself acted as transmitter, receiver, amplifier. This is why the placement of temples was sacred. This is why mountains and rivers were considered alive. This is why the earth was seen not as a map, but as a living circuit. The ancients were not just building, they were tuning. They tuned stone to frequency. They tuned layout to astronomy. They tuned cities to the Earth's magnetic field. They tuned consciousness to the environment. And when we look at their monuments today, we miss the key part. These structures were not designed for the eyes. They were designed for the body, for the mind, for the spirit. They were experiences, places to transform awareness, to teach memory, to reconnect humans with the cycles of the earth and sky. This explains why so many ceremonial sites require ascent, climbs, steps, spirals, deliberate physical exertion leading toward heightened perception. The journey was the initiation. The architecture was the teacher. The stones were the scripture. When a civilization reaches such a level of integration, where science, spirituality, art, mathematics, astronomy, geography, and consciousness are not separate domains, but one unified worldview, it becomes something far more advanced than we can measure today. Not technologically advanced in the sense of machines and industry, but advanced in understanding. The world before the Great Collapse was not primitive. It was aware. And the ruins we find today are not remnants of failed experiments. They are fragments of a system once whole. A system designed to endure even after memory faded. A system intended to be rediscovered. When the world entered the next cycle, the architecture was the message. And now, we are learning to read it. The human relationship with the night sky is older than writing, older than agriculture, older even than settled civilization. Before walls and cities, before kings and priests and temples, there were stars. Every ancient people looked upward, and what they saw was not emptiness, but order, patterns, cycles, time itself unfolding across a cosmic canvas. The sky was the first calendar, the first compass, the first library. And it is here that the fingerprints of the lost civilization become most visible. For while ordinary societies build monuments for earthly purposes, the people of the ancient world built for the heavens. Their greatest works were aligned not to seasons of farming or the convenience of human activity, but to the precise rising and setting of stars, stars whose cycles take thousands of years to repeat. This is the first clue that we are dealing with knowledge inherited, not invented. To understand why this matters, one must understand precession, the slow wobble of Earth's rotation that completes a full cycle roughly every 25,920 years. This is not something that can be observed in a lifetime. It is not something that can be measured in a century. It requires long-term astronomical tracking, accurate observation, record-keeping, and comparative analysis across generations. Yet the ancients knew it. They did not just know it, they built around it. The Great Pyramid is aligned to true north with stunning precision, not magnetic north, which shifts, but the rotational axis of the Earth itself. How could that be done without astronomical instruments? The temple complex of Angkor, what in Cambodia, encodes the precessional cycle in the very layout of its structures. Each section corresponds to specific astronomical ages, Virgo, Leo, Taurus, and beyond. The builders were clearly tracking the slow movement of the heavens across tens of thousands of years. In the city of Teotihuacan in Mexico, the layout of the pyramids matches the pattern of the stars in Orion's belt, not just broadly, but proportionally, spatially, and symbolically. The Pyramid of the Sun, the Pyramid of the Moon, and the Temple of Quetzalcoatl mirror the celestial arrangement of stars. This same pattern appears in Giza. Two civilizations separated by oceans, continents, and time, not supposed to have any connection, yet both encoded the same star alignment, the same pattern, the same celestial signature. This is not coincidence. It is memory. Look further into the ancient world, and the picture becomes even clearer. The Sphinx, carved from a single block of limestone, faces directly east. Its gaze aligns with the rising sun, at the equinox. But if one traces the alignment further back, not to today, but to the distant past, the Sphinx aligns with the constellation of Leo during the spring equinox of roughly 10,500 BC. This date corresponds precisely to the end of the last ice age, and possibly to the world before flood. Why would ancient builders align a monument to a celestial position that would not occur again for thousands of years unless they were commemorating something, anchoring memory to the sky itself? The sky remembers what the earth forgets. The flood erased coastlines, swallowed cities, drowned archives. But the stars stayed. They continued their cycles, unchanged. And the survivors of the great catastrophe did the only thing they could to preserve what they knew. They built memory into stone, and they anchored stone to the heavens. This is the origin of the zodiac. Not astrology as entertainment, but astronomy as cosmology. The zodiac is a global pattern, appearing independently in Egypt, Mesopotamia, Persia, India, China, and among cultures of the Mediterranean. Each version uses different symbols, different artwork, but the underlying divisions of the sky are the same. 12 signs, 12 ages, one great cycle. The zodiac is a map of time, a clock measuring epochs. To track precession requires timekeeping in thousands of years. To encode it in stone requires the intention to communicate across millennia. To build entire cities aligned to its markers requires a worldview centered on cosmic cycles. This is not the behavior of a primitive people. This is the behavior of a culture that understood its place in a vast, repeating story. And the deeper one looks, the more this realization takes shape. The ancients were not simply watching the stars. They were waiting for something. They were tracking cycles of creation and destruction. They believed that civilization rises and falls in rhythm with the heavens. Many traditions reference this idea. The Maya spoke of suns, each representing a world age that ends in catastrophe. The Vedic texts of India speak of yugas, golden, silver, bronze, and iron ages, each declining from spiritual wisdom to material struggle. The Greeks spoke of ages of man, heroic, then forgotten, then reborn. Different words, same structure, same cycle. And we are living near the turning of that cycle once more. This is not mysticism. This is astronomy combined with memory. If the ancient world was destroyed by a cosmic event, a comet, an asteroid fragment, or a burst of solar radiation, then tracking the heavens was not just curiosity. It was survival. To know the sky meant to know when danger would return. So when we see temples aligned with solstices, pyramids built to reflect Orion, megaliths marking equinoxes, we are not looking at superstition. We are looking at a warning system, a clock, a memory encoded in architecture, a message preserved for the future. For us, the ancients were telling us that civilization is not permanent, that the earth moves in cycles. That knowledge must be protected, that the past holds the key to what is coming. They were telling us, look to the stars, read the sky, remember the last time the world changed, because it will change again. The ruins, the alignments, the star maps, they are not relics of curiosity. They are signs left by a people who lived through something immense. Signs meant to outlast time itself. And the question we are left with now is not simply what they knew, but why they wanted us to know it. There is a recurring symbol found across the ancient world, a symbol so persistent, so universal, that it cannot be dismissed as coincidence. It appears in temples, in petroglyphs, in pyramids, in tombs, in manuscripts, and in carvings older than recorded language. It transcends geography and belief. It is found carved into the stones of Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, etched into the walls of Egyptian tombs, woven into Andean textiles, engraved in Celtic ritual sites, and encoded into Hindu yantras. The symbol is the serpent, sometimes depicted as a single snake, sometimes as two serpents intertwined, sometimes as a serpent eating its own tail, the Ouroboros, sometimes as a winged serpent descending from the heavens. Different cultures, far-flung and isolated, all describing the same thing. But the serpent was not simply a creature. It was a message. To the ancient civilizations, the serpent represented knowledge, not the knowledge of ordinary life, but creation, energy, and transformation. The serpent moved in waves. its body curved in sinusoidal motion, a pattern identical to sound waves, to frequency, to light, to vibration. The ancients saw in the serpent the signature of the universe, the oscillation of all things. It was the symbol of cosmic order. In Egypt, the serpent was associated with the Nile, the lifeblood of the kingdom. It represented the rising and falling of cycles, the return of life after destruction. The uraeus, the serpent seen on pharaonic crowns, signified not power, but awakening. The pharaoh was not ruler by force. He was meant to be the guardian of knowledge. In ancient India, the serpent was Kundalini, the coiled energy sleeping at the base of the spine. When awakened, it rose through the body along the central channel, activating the chakras, leading to enlightenment. In this tradition, the serpent represents the awakening of consciousness, the transformation of the human being from ordinary to transcendent. In Mesoamerica, the serpent was Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, the god who brings civilization, literacy, mathematics, astronomy, and wisdom. A serpent that flies is not a creature. It is a metaphor for spirit rising from matter. Quetzalcoatl was not simply a deity. He was a teacher. In Greece, the serpent wound around the staff of Hermes, the caduceus, a symbol still used today to represent medicine and healing. Two serpents intertwining represent the dual current of energy within the human body, the left and right, the lunar and solar, the feminine and masculine, flowing around a central axis. In Norse mythology, the world is encircled by Jormungandr, the serpent so vast it surrounds the earth. In the Dogon tradition of Mali, the serpent is the bringer of cosmic knowledge from the star Sirius. In Chinese tradition, the dragon, a serpent with power and wisdom, is the bringer of rain and harmony. Different names, different imagery, same meaning. This is not a cultural symbol. It is a memory of a system of knowledge that once spanned the world. The serpent represents energy, specifically the energy that flows through all living things and the earth itself. Ancient cultures believe that the land contains veins of power, lines of subtle force that flow across continents. These are the ley lines, the dragon lines of China, the Naga paths of Southeast Asia, the song lines of Australia. Remarkably, many ancient monuments align along these invisible routes. Pyramids, stone circles, temples, and megaliths stand like nodes along energetic currents. This suggests that the serpent symbol may also refer to something far more physical, a global network of energy understood by a civilization before the flood. A civilization that mapped the earth not by territory, but by frequency. This world saw itself not as separate from nature, but as part of a living organism. The serpent was the pulse of that organism. But there's another layer, a more shocking one. The serpent also appears as a twin helix, a spiral pair. In art and sculpture, in petroglyphs and temple carvings, we repeatedly see two serpents intertwining around a central rod or pillar. This shape is the structure of DNA. It is as though the ancients were attempting to convey something about the nature of life itself, that life is encoded in vibration, that consciousness is not an emergent accident, but an expression of a deeper harmony. The serpent was a message. Life is pattern. Pattern is vibration. Vibration is the language of the universe. So, what does this have to do with a civilization that existed before the flood? Everything. If the world before the collapse possessed advanced knowledge, not necessarily mechanical technology, but energetic understanding, then the serpent symbol is the remnant of that system. The survivors would have carried fragments of this knowledge to the cultures that emerged afterward. But fragments can distort. Symbols can be misinterpreted. Meaning can be lost. What was once instruction became myth. What was once science became religion. What was once system became symbol. Yet the deeper meaning persists for those who know how to see it. This is why serpent carvings often appear near ancient astronomical observatories. This is why serpent symbols surround gateways, thresholds, and initiation chambers. This is why the serpent is always linked to transformation. It represents a memory of how to awaken, not just spiritually, but cognitively. The ancient world did not separate consciousness from the cosmos. To understand the sky was to understand the self. To align architecture to the stars was to align the human with the universe. The serpent was a bridge between earth and sky, body and spirit, matter and awareness. This is a knowledge that did not fully survive the flood, but echoes of it persist everywhere. The serpent is not asking to be worshipped. It is asking to be understood. It is a symbol of memory, a reminder that there was once a civilization that did not see the world through separation and division, but through harmony and resonance. A civilization that knew the universe is alive. We are part of it. And the key to awakening lies not outside us, but within. The serpent was their message, and we are only just beginning to remember how to read it. Throughout human history, stories of great teachers, enlightened beings, or culture bearers appear in nearly every ancient tradition. These figures do not resemble kings or conquerors. They did not seize power or raise armies. Instead, they arrived mysteriously, often from the sea or the sky, bringing knowledge, law, agriculture, astronomy, architecture, healing, and a new way of life. They appear suddenly, at turning points in history, guiding humanity forward after catastrophe or collapse. These figures are not described as deities in the modern sense. They are described as beings who knew more, who remembered something others had forgotten. In Sumer, he is Enki, the wise one, the engineer of human civilization, who teaches writing, mathematics, irrigation, and the science of measurement. In ancient Egypt, he is Thoth, the keeper of knowledge, the architect of the pyramids, the one who measures the heavens and records the cycles of time. In the Andes, he is Viracocha, a bearded stranger who appears after a great flood, walking across the lands teaching people how to build, how to plant, how to heal. In Mesoamerica, he is Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, the light bringer, the civilizer. In India, he is Manu, the one who survived the flood and establishes the new world. In Polynesia, he is Cain, the one who gave navigation, astronomy, and the art of ocean crossing. In China, he is Fu Xi, who brings writing, the calendar, and the concept of yin and yang. Different names, different languages, different continents. Yet the narrative is the same. A teacher arrives from somewhere beyond, after a world-changing event, and gives humanity the tools to rebuild civilization. This pattern is too consistent to ignore. What's more striking is that many of these beings are described as physically unusual, tall, light-skinned, or luminous, possessing elongated skulls or unusual proportions, or appearing radiant, as though they carried light. The ancient world is not describing ordinary humans, nor is it describing gods. It is describing survivors. Survivors of the world before the flood. Survivors of a civilization that collapsed. Survivors who still remember what was lost. This explains why the cultures that emerge after flood show sudden leaps in development. Agriculture appears nearly fully formed. Astronomy appears not experimental, but refined. Megalithic architecture appears with no developmental progression. Humanity did not invent these things anew. Humanity was reminded. The culture-bearer figures embody the transmission of memory. This also explains why so many myths describe the teacher departing. Not dying. They simply leave. They promise to return when the world is ready. Thoth leaves Egypt, traveling to the far western lands, with the promise that his knowledge will one day be rediscovered. Quetzalcoatl sails across the eastern horizon, saying he will come again when the cycle shifts. Viracocha walks into the Pacific Ocean and disappears. These are not endings. These are instructions. Something was meant to be preserved. And this is where the story becomes even more intriguing. In many traditions, the culture bearer is associated with the stars. Not metaphorically, but literally. They are described as coming from specific constellations or regions of the night sky. The Dogon tribe in Mali, for example, speaks of beings called the Namo who came from the star Sirius, not the bright star itself, but a hidden companion star that modern science only confirmed in the last century. The Maya associate Quetzalcoatl with Venus, tracking its movement with stunning accuracy. The Egyptians associate Osiris and Horus with Orion and Sirius, marking their temples accordingly. The Greeks built Delphi to align with the constellation of Delphinus. These are not random star associations. They are coordinated. They are deliberate. They are part of the global star-based knowledge system we saw earlier. So the pattern becomes clear. A great civilization existed before the flood. It fell in a catastrophic global event. Some survived, not many, but enough. These survivors traveled across the world, bringing memory, rebuilding, teaching. Their knowledge was encoded into myth, architecture, astronomy, and symbol. Their identities were transformed into gods, sages, and heroes. Their message was hidden in stories, waiting for rediscovery. But the real question is, how much did they know? The answer may lie in the traditions that describe the culture bearers not just as teachers of external knowledge, but as guides of inner transformation. They did not simply teach agriculture or architecture. They taught how to awaken the human mind. In Egypt, Thoth is a master of the opening of the eye, the awakening of perception. In India, Manu preserves sacred knowledge that allows humanity to remember the divine origin. In Greece, Orpheus teaches that the soul is immortal and can cross worlds. In Mesoamerica, Quetzalcoatl is a patron of breath, the life force that connects body to spirit. This suggests that the civilization before the flood was not advanced in industrial technology, but in consciousness technology. They understood how the mind works. They understood how the body connects to energy. They understood the relationship between humanity and the cosmos. And they encoded that knowledge in myths, because myths survive. Words can be lost. Books can burn. Cities can drown. But stories travel across generations. Stories carry code, which means that as we decode these myths, we are not simply studying ancient stories. We are remembering something humanity once knew, something powerful, something dangerous to forget, something essential to what it means to be human. The culture-bearer figures were not legends. They were messengers. And their message was simple: remember who you are. Remember where you come from. Remember what has been lost. And prepare, because cycles repeat. There are places on Earth where a different kind of silence exists. Not the silence of emptiness, but the silence of memory, as though the stones themselves are waiting for something to be remembered. Such places are not accidental. They were chosen, prepared, preserved. They exist like time capsules, holding fragment of a world that came before the flood. These are the sacred sites, not simply temples, but memory vaults. They appear across every continent, yet they share striking similarities. They are built on elevated ground, mountains, plateaus, ridges, as though placed deliberately above the reach of the rising waters. Their construction is unlike anything that came afterward. Precisely cut megaliths, interlocking without mortar, resistant to earthquakes, erosion, and age. It is hard to shake the sense that these sites were not built to serve their own era, but to outlast it. Göbekli Tepe, perhaps the oldest of them all, was buried deliberately, covered over with earth by the very people who built it. This is not the behavior of a collapsing society. This is the behavior of a culture preserving knowledge. They were sealing something away, not destroying it, but protecting it. But what were they protecting? Göbekli Tepe is not a village, not a city, not a settlement of any kind. It is a ceremonial complex, an astronomical marker, a place of gathering and transmission. The stone pillars form enclosures that correspond to constellations above. The animals carved in relief are not decoration. They are star symbols, a cosmic library in stone. And this site predates agriculture. According to mainstream history, humans were still nomadic hunter-gatherers at this time. Yet here stands a monument more sophisticated than structures built thousands of years later. The timeline does not make sense. Unless the people who built it were not inventing civilization, they were remembering it. Travel across the world, and one finds the same architectural fingerprints again, in places that should have no connection. Sacsayhuaman in Peru, a fortress-like structure of stone so perfectly shaped and fitted that not even a razor blade can pass between them. The individual blocks weigh up to 200 tons, and their shapes are irregular, not rectangular. Yet they interlock like a three-dimensional jigsaw puzzle designed with engineering skill beyond our current understanding. The walls are earthquake-resistant, weather-resistant, time-resistant. These builders were not experimenting. They were executing a knowledge already refined. Then there is Baalbek in Lebanon, a site layered by different cultures across thousands of years. On top are Roman temples. Beneath are Phoenician foundations. But below all of this are stones belonging to no known civilization, megaliths weighing up to 1,200 tons each. The largest stones ever cut and transported in human history. How were they moved? No one knows. There is no record, no inscriptions, no scaffolding remnants, no logical explanation. It is as though the builders appeared, performed the impossible, and disappeared, leaving only the stones as testimony. Then there's Easter Island, a volcanic island thousands of kilometers from any landmass. Here stand the Moai statues, carved, transported, and placed with precision few societies could achieve under such isolation. But the deeper mystery lies not with the statues themselves, but with the oral tradition. The first bringers of knowledge came not from the sea, but from the sky. They were called the Long Ears, tall beings with elongated skulls and refined features. Their ancestors later appear in the Andean region as well, in the Paracas culture, where elongated skulls have been found. Skulls not deformed intentionally, but biologically different from normal human structure. This is not evidence of extraterrestrials, but possibly of a distinct branch of humanity, a remnant lineage of the pre-flood world. Across all these sites, one theme repeats, a sense of desperation, not in construction, but in the preservation. It is as though a warning is encoded in stone. Certain structures align not just with solstices or equinoxes, but with specific celestial configurations that correspond catastrophic cycles, comet paths, solar maximum periods, precessional age transitions. These sites may have been observatories, not for studying the stars out of curiosity, but for tracking something dangerous, a returning cycle, a pattern of destruction. Ancient myths speak of fire from the sky, of serpents in the heavens, of stones of ice falling, of the sun changing direction, of darkness covering the earth. These stories are not metaphor. They are eyewitness memory, passed down across millennia. If a comet or series of comet fragments struck the Earth at the end of the last ice age, as geological evidence suggests, then the survivors would have every reason to build a system of celestial observation to monitor when such events might occur again. Sacred sites were survival instruments, encoded memory systems, astronomical warning stations. They were not temples in the religious sense. They were libraries built of stone because stone endures. Some sites appear to have been built after the catastrophe, by survivors attempting to rebuild lost knowledge. Others appear to predate it, perhaps built by the civilization whose memory survived the flood. This is why we find two layers of civilization. The deeper layer, cyclopean, megalithic, precise. The surface layer, crude, reconstructed, imitative. Later cultures inherited the ruins but not the knowledge. The stones remember, even if the people forgot. This raises a powerful realization. We are not the first advanced human era. We are the second, or perhaps the third. Humanity has lived through cycles of rise and collapse. Each time knowledge is lost, but not entirely. Fragments survive in myth, in symbol, in architecture, in alignment. And now, as our world becomes more fragile, environmentally, socially, technologically, we are beginning to understand why the ancients tried so hard to preserve what they knew. They were not trying to impress us. They were trying to warn us. The sacred sites are messages across time, blueprints of memory, vibration, geometry, and celestial awareness. They are the last traces of a civilization that did not vanish, but transformed into story. And sometimes, the story is the only way memory can survive a world reborn. There is a language older than writing, older than myth, older than the stories passed from mouth to ear across the ages. A language not spoken in words, but built into the earth itself. It is a language of number, the language of proportion, geometry, and measure. The ancient world did not simply build with stone. It built with mathematics. Not crude arithmetic, but advanced systems of harmony and cosmic alignment. This is perhaps the most astonishing element of the pre-flood civilization's legacy. Their knowledge of measurement was unified across the planet. Different continents, separated by oceans, supposedly without contact, yet they measured the earth using the same mathematical constants. The Great Pyramid in Egypt encodes the exact value of pi, not rounded, but to several decimal places. It encodes the speed of light in meters per second when its height and latitude are compared. Its base perimeter relates proportionally to Earth's equatorial circumference. This is not coincidence. This is intention. But the pyramid is only one witness. Other monuments across the world encode the same principles. In Teotihuacan, the pyramid complex is arranged not by chance, but using a consistent unit of measurement, a base distance repeated in patterns reflecting planetary cycles. The layout correlates to the solar system itself, with the pyramid of the sun representing the orbit of Earth, the pyramid of the moon representing Mars, and the temple of Quetzalcoatl representing Mercury. This suggests a scale model of the heavens, built into the ground. In England, Stonehenge encodes a lunar cycle, 6 years, the time it takes for the moon to complete its precessional nodal cycle. This is something modern astronomy only fully confirmed with advanced instruments. Yet the builders of Stonehenge understood it well enough to record it in stone. In India, the ancient Vedic fire altars were constructed using ratios that correspond directly to the shape of constellations overhead. The number 108, sacred in Hinduism, is not symbolic. It is astronomical. 108 times the diameter of the sun equals the distance from the Earth to the sun. 108 times the diameter of the moon equals the distance from the Earth to the moon. The ancients were not worshipping numbers. They were reflecting the universe. It becomes clear that the lost civilization did not measure the world using arbitrary systems. They measured the Earth using geometry derived from the sky, a system where cosmic proportion dictated earthly form. But what makes this truly staggering is that many of these ancient measurement systems appear to have been based on a single original standard unit, one that predates known history. Archaeologists refer to these recurring units as the megalithic yard, Europe; the pyramid inch, Egypt; the Indus Valley Standard Foot, India; the Quetzalcoatl cubit, Mesoamerica. Different names, different regions, same length, when corrected for geographic variance and material erosion. This is not random convergence. This is inheritance. The builders of the ancient world were not inventing measurement. They were preserving it. This knowledge, like astronomy, like mythology, like the serpent symbol, survived the flood in fragments. It resurfaced wherever the survivors traveled. It appeared in cultures that should have no contact. It manifested as a global system of sacred geometry. But sacred geometry is not simply aesthetic. It is functional. The ancient builders understood that form affects energy, that shape influences resonance. A pyramid is not simply a structure. It is an amplifier. A stone circle is not simply a ritual site. It is an interference pattern generator. A temple aligned to the solstice is not simply commemorative. It is a calendar that resets itself annually. These constructions are not monuments. They are instruments. Their geometry serves a purpose: to synchronize human consciousness with the rhythms of the earth and sky. To understand how deeply this knowledge ran, one must look at the phenomenon of phi, the golden ratio, 1:1, 6:18. This ratio appears everywhere in ancient architecture, in the dimensions of the Parthenon in Greece, in the layout of Angkor Wat, in the structure of Mayan temples, in the spacing of the pyramids at Giza, in the proportions of Hindu temple towers, in the spirals of the Nazca geoglyphs. To build in golden ratio harmony is to mirror the mathematics of nature, the growth of shells, the spirals of galaxies, the unfurling of leaves, the branching of trees, the shape of hurricanes. The lost civilization knew this. They did not see themselves as separate from nature. They saw themselves as participants in its geometry. But there is something even more profound. Many ancient monuments encode the number 432 in dimensions, in layout, in proportion. 432 appears repeatedly across ancient traditions. For 132,000 years, the Sumerian king lists 432,000 syllables. In the Rig Veda, 432,000 miles of the sun's radius, modern measurement. 432 hertz, a harmonic frequency used in ancient instruments. 432 is not an arbitrary number. It is tied to planetary motion, solar cycles, and harmonic resonance. It is a key, a bridge between Earth and cosmos, which means the ancient builders were not simply observing nature. They were interfacing with it. This is a core of the lost civilization's knowledge. The universe is harmonic. Life is harmonic. Consciousness is harmonic. Mathematics was not a human invention. It was a remembrance of the structure of reality. And the survivors of the pre-flood world did everything they could to preserve that memory. Not in books, not in words, but in stone, proportion, and alignment. because stone endures, because geometry cannot be destroyed, because number never changes. Even when civilizations fall, symbols remain. Even when languages die, proportion speaks. The sacred sites are not relics. They are instructions. To those who remember how to read them, they say, the earth is alive. The cosmos is ordered. Human consciousness is part of the same pattern. Do not forget again. And now, at the threshold of a new planetary age, the knowledge is resurfacing, not because we discovered it, but because we are ready to remember it. The ancients did not simply build structures. They positioned them. The placement of these monuments across the surface of the earth reveals another layer of knowledge, one so profound that modern science did not fully recognize it until satellites allowed us to map the globe from above. When we look at these sacred sites on a flat map, they seem scattered, isolated, independent. But when viewed from a global perspective, something extraordinary emerges. The world's most ancient and mysterious sites form deliberate geometric alignments across the planet. Consider the Great Pyramid of Giza. It is located almost exactly on the 30th parallel north, near the intersection of the longest line of latitude and the longest line of longitude that crosses only land. This means the builder selected the most geophysically central place on Earth for the construction of their most mathematically precise monument. This was not coincidence. This was understanding. Now extend the line that runs through Giza. It passes through Petra, through ancient Ur, through the Temple of Persepolis, across Mohenjo-Daro in the Indus Valley, and onward toward the enigmatic Angkor Wat. These sites are not only ancient, they share astonishing similarities in symbolism, geometry, and cosmological configuration. Different continents, different cultures, different time periods. Same alignment. This suggests the presence of a global grid, a planetary network of power points where the Earth's magnetic, energetic, or gravitational properties converge. What modern researchers call ley lines or telluric currents may be remnants of what the ancient civilization understood intimately. The Earth itself generates frequency. Energy flows along invisible pathways, like veins of power, and the ancients built at the places where these pathways concentrated. This is why many sacred sites feel charged. Pilgrims speak of tingling skin, emotional release, or a shift in awareness. The builders knew that consciousness is affected by environment. They aligned structures not just to the stars, but to the Earth's energy fields. Such awareness implies a civilization that had a holistic understanding of reality, where astronomy, geology, geometry, biology, and spirituality were not separate subjects but one unified science. The placement of Machu Picchu offers another example. It was built atop a mountain ridge that mirrors the shape of the constellation Orion's belt, and the peaks surrounding it correspond to nearby stars. The city itself was not simply positioned on the mountain. It was carved to become part of the mountain. The stone is not placed on the earth. It is grown from the earth. In Easter Island, the Moai statues face inward, not outward, as though guarding the island's interior. Yet the island sits precisely on one of the Earth's most significant geomagnetic nodes, part of the same global energy grid. The Moai appear to look toward the center, as if acknowledging the planet's energetic core. In Cambodia, Angkor Wat is aligned to the constellation of Draco, marking the position of the stars as they appear around 10,500 BC, far earlier than the temple's accepted construction date. Why encode a sky configuration from a time before recorded civilization, unless the temple was built based on knowledge already ancient, knowledge carried forward from a world before the flood? Even more astonishing is the geometric relationship between these places. When their coordinates are measured, distances between major sacred sites often align to simple proportional ratios, such as 1 to 2, 3 to 4 to 5, or golden ratio intervals. It is as if the planet itself were treated as a sphere of living geometry, and the ancient builders were mapping it with precision far beyond what their time period should have allowed. To achieve such global alignment, one would require knowledge of the Earth's curvature ability to calculate longitude, something supposedly not achieved until the 18th century long-range global navigation techniques, a unified system of measurement, a shared cosmological worldview. These conditions imply not local civilizations developing independently, but a connected world culture, unified under a single system of knowledge. This does not mean a global empire. It means a global memory, a memory preserved by survivors, migrated and seeded across continents. The network of sacred sites can be thought of as a message written across the surface of the earth, a message whose words are cities, whose grammar is geometry, whose meaning is only now becoming visible. The builders were not simply marking important places. They were creating a planetary-scale instrument, a harmonic grid designed to resonate with the Earth's natural frequencies. These sites were tuning forks, resetting human consciousness to align with the rhythms of the cosmos. This explains why ancient pilgrimage traditions required movement along specific routes. Pilgrimage was not merely spiritual devotion. It was energetic recalibration. To walk the earth in alignment was to harmonize the self with the world. The modern world has forgotten this. Roads replace ley lines. Cities replace temples. Artificial noise overwhelms the subtle frequencies of the earth. But the grid remains. It has not disappeared. It is only obscured. And now, with satellite mapping, digital models, and fractal mathematics, the pattern is becoming visible again. This raises a remarkable possibility. The lost civilization was not only advanced in architecture and mathematics, it understood the energetic structure of the Earth itself. It treated the planet not as inert matter, but as a living organism with which humans were meant to exist in resonance. This perspective changes everything. Humanity was not separate from nature. Humanity was a participant in the Earth's harmonic system. The ancient world lived in synchronization, not domination. The global alignment of sacred sites is not simply about where things were built. It is about how humanity once lived, in balance, in awareness, in relationship. This knowledge did not vanish by accident. It was forgotten because the world changed violently. The memory survived in stone, in myth, in number, but the understanding of how to read it was lost. Now, as the cycle turns again, we are beginning to remember. The ancient world did not look at the sky the way we do today. To us, the stars are distant points of light, picturesque but passive. To the ancients, the stars were a living clock, a memory system, a record of ages before ages. The sky was a book, and the constellations were its chapters. The movements of the heavens were not random to them. They were messages. They believed that the cosmos communicated, not in words, but in cycles. And the most important of those cycles was the slow wobble of the earth itself, what we now call the precession of the equinoxes. Precession is subtle. The earth spins like a top, but over thousands of years, the axis of that spin slowly shifts, drawing a slow circle in the sky. Because of this, the constellation that rises behind the sun at the spring equinox changes over time, not in decades, not even in centuries, but in epochs. Each shift defines what ancient cultures called a world age. Modern astronomy measures this full cycle at roughly 25,920 years. But ancient civilizations already knew this number. The Egyptians recorded it in the Dendera zodiac. The Maya tracked it in their long count calendar. The Hindus preserved it in the Yuga cycles. The Greeks, through Plato, described it as a great year. These cultures did not simply observe the sky. They synchronized human history to it. They believed that humanity's consciousness rises and falls in patterns that correspond to these cosmic cycles. When the earth aligns to certain constellations, civilizations flourish, knowledge expands, awareness deepens. When the cycle turns downward, memory fades, cultures collapse, and darkness returns. This understanding creates a new perspective on history, one that is not linear, but cyclical. Growth, decline, collapse, rebirth, not once, but repeatedly. And within this cycle lies the memory of the civilization that came before the flood. According to ancient sources, the last golden age ended when the earth shifted, when the stars realigned, and when cataclysms swept across the world. The survivors carried not only mathematics and architecture with them, but the knowledge of the sky, the memory of the cycle, the understanding that the stars would one day signal the return of the lost age. To encode this knowledge in monuments was not mere devotion. It was preservation, a message meant for the future. For us, many ancient structures function as star maps frozen in stone. The 3 pyramids of Giza mirror the belt stars of Orion, not as the sky appears now, but as it appeared around 10,500 BC. Göbekli Tepe's carvings mark constellations as they appeared during the last glacial period. Angkor Wat aligns to Draco as it appeared at the beginning of the previous world age. The Nazca lines point to celestial rising points during epochs long before their supposed construction. The builders were not aligning monuments to their present sky. They were marking the turning point of the great cycle. This means they possessed something even more remarkable than observation. They remembered. They remembered what the sky looked like before the flood. They remembered that cataclysm is part of the cycle. They remembered that humanity rises not once, but many times. This is why the serpent symbol appears alongside star knowledge. The serpent does not merely represent wisdom. It represents cycles, shedding skin, renewing, dying, and returning. In the Maya tradition, Kukulkan, the feathered serpent, descends a pyramid at Chichen Itza only on the equinox, marking the balance of the heavens. The structure itself is a calendar. Its steps, platforms, and angles counting out the days, the seasons, the year, and the great cycle. In India, the serpent Ananta coils around the world, marking the endless cycles of creation and dissolution. In Egypt, the serpent man encircles Ra as he travels through the night sky, reborn each dawn. In Greece, the Ouroboros, the serpent eating its own tail, symbolizes eternity, the cycle that never ends. Different cultures, same message. Civilizations rise. Civilizations fall. The stars remember. This is why ancient myths warn that knowledge must be preserved for the time when humanity forgets. Not because forgetting is accidental, but because forgetting is inevitable. When the cycle descends, chaos replaces order. Memory collapses. Languages change. Stories become legends. Legends become myths. Myths are dismissed as fantasy. And yet, the message remains, in stone, in alignment, in number, in the sky. Modern science often interprets ancient star knowledge as symbolic or religious, but the precision contradicts this. To calculate precession requires thousands of years of continuous observation, something no single civilization is known to have had, unless the observations were recorded before history began, unless the data survived a global reset, unless we are recovering fragments of a knowledge system far older than our known timeline. This is the implication. Humanity did not slowly develop astronomy. Humanity inherited it. We are not the first advanced sky watchers. We are rediscovering what was once common understanding. The night sky is not simply a backdrop. It is the clock of Earth's civilizations. And if the ancients preserved the great cycle so carefully, it is because they believed something critical. We are not separate from the cycle. We are inside it. Our story, now today, is not isolated. It is part of the same rise and fall that has occurred many times before, which leads to the question they wanted us to ask. Where in the cycle are we now? Because if the ancients preserved this knowledge for a future age, a time when humanity would awaken again, then that time would be marked not by belief, but by remembrance. And remembrance begins when we recognize patterns. The sky is shifting again. The cycle is turning. The same stars that marked the last great transition are aligning once more. The question is not whether the ancient message still exists. It does, hidden in plain sight. The question is, will we remember in time? Across nearly every culture on Earth, there exists a memory of a world-ending flood, not a regional event, not a local river overflowing, but a global cataclysm that destroyed civilizations, reshaped continents, and reset human history. The remarkable thing is not simply that flood myths exist everywhere, but that they share the same details, the same sequence of events, the same warnings, the same aftermath. This is not coincidence. It is remembrance. The Sumerians recorded it in the tale of Zayusadra, the survivor who built a great vessel and was instructed by a divine messenger to preserve life. The Hebrews carried the same story in the account of Noah. In India, it is Manu who is warned by a mysterious being, often depicted as a fish or serpent, to build a boat before the great waters rise. The Mayas speak of a deluge that destroyed the first sun, forcing survivors into caves and high mountains. The Greeks wrote of Deucalion and Pyrrha, who repopulate the world after the waters recede. The Chinese preserve the story of Emperor Yu, who spent his life restoring the land after floods. Different lands, different languages, Same memory. What is even more striking is that these traditions do not describe the flood as a moral punishment. That interpretation came much later. The earliest versions describe it as a natural event, sudden, violent, unavoidable. The world changed because something in the earth or sky shifted. Modern geology now confirms what myth has been saying all along. The earth has undergone abrupt, catastrophic transitions, not slow, gradual, gentle changes. At the end of the last ice age, between 12,800 and 11,600 years ago, something happened that melted the glaciers rapidly, raised sea levels hundreds of feet, and drowned entire coastal regions. This period is known as the Younger Dryas. In climate records from ice cores, the shift appears as an almost vertical line, a near-instantaneous temperature spike. Oceans rose, megafauna died, forests migrated. The entire global climate system swung violently. Something triggered a planetary reset. The official explanation for decades was that this shift was slow and natural. But evidence is now piling up that challenges this. Across North America and parts of Europe, scientists have discovered layers of burnt carbon and nanodiamonds, signatures of a massive cosmic impact. Not necessarily a single asteroid, but fragments from a broken comet entering the atmosphere in multiple strikes. This aligns with what ancient myths describe: fire in the sky, burning stars, dragons aflame, a shattering of the heavens. The flood, then, was not the cause. It was the aftermath. The heat melted the ice sheets. Meltwater rushed into the oceans. Sea levels rose so fast that coastlines vanished overnight. Entire civilizations living near rivers, lakes, and shores, the most natural places for settlement, drowned. This is where the memory of the pre-flood civilization becomes clear. If a global society existed along coastlines, we would not find on land today. It would be underwater. And what do we now find beneath the oceans? Cities, structures, roads, stone platforms, pyramids. Off the coast of Japan lies Yonaguni, a massive stepstone complex carved with precision. Marine archaeologists debate whether it is natural or artificial, not because it lacks structure, but because its age predates known civilization. Off the coast of India, near Dwarka, divers have found submerged city ruins at depths that would require them to be far older than the earliest known cities. Off the coast of Cuba, sonar scans revealed what appears to be a grid-like underwater city. Roads, platforms, sharp right angles, far below the surface. In the Bahamas, Bimini Road stretches underwater, like a megalithic causeway, pointing directly toward the constellation Orion at certain times of year. These sites are not small. They are not accidental. They are not isolated. They are the footprints of a world that drowned. And the survivors, the ones we now call culture bearers, sages, gods, and heroes, carried memory of that world forward. This explains why civilization appears suddenly in history. In Sumer, writing, agriculture, law, and mathematics appear fully formed, not invented step by step. In Egypt, monumental architecture appears with no developmental stages. In the Indus Valley, standardized weights and city planning emerge abruptly. In South America, megalithic stonework appears at a level that even modern engineers struggle to replicate. Civilization did not arise slowly. It reemerged, rebuilt by those who remembered. The mythic flood, far from being a symbolic tale, was a dividing line between two worlds. Before the flood, humanity lived in alignment with the stars, with the Earth's energies, and with a unified system of knowledge. After the flood, humanity struggled to remember, to rebuild, to reinterpret, to rediscover. And over time, the memory faded. The survivors encoded what they could in. Stone ritual star alignment myth symbol, because those are the only things that can survive millennia of collapse. The flood myths also share another hidden layer, a warning that the cycle will return. In the Popol Vuh, the Maya say the world is created and destroyed in repeating ages. In Hindu cosmology, the flood marks the transition between yugas, cyclical epochs of rising and falling consciousness. In Egyptian tradition, Zep Tepi the first time ends in catastrophe and is destined to come again. Even the Bible says in enigmatic wording, "As it was in the days of Noah, so shall it be again." The message is not fear. The message is memory. We have been here before. We have risen before. We have fallen before. And if the ancients preserved the story so carefully, so intentionally, across every continent and every culture, then the flood is not just history. It is prophecy. The cycle continues, which leads to the next chapter the ancients left for us. Not just what happened, but why the cycle turns. If ancient civilizations remember the flood as the great turning point of human history, they also remembered something even more important: why it happened. The flood was not random, not accidental, and not a one-time disaster. It was part of a repeating pattern written into the structure of the earth and the sky. To the ancients, the world is not static. It breathes, it pulses, it shifts between states. What we call stability is only a temporary phase between transformations. This is why ancient traditions speak of world ages. The Egyptians called them Zep-Tep cycles. The Greeks described them as the ages of gold, silver, bronze, and iron. The Maya charted them as suns that are born and destroyed. The Hindus encoded them in the Yuga system. Each tradition uses different symbols, but the message is the same. Human civilization rises and falls according to cosmic timing. And at the heart of this timing is the movement of the earth itself. The planet does not orbit the sun in a perfect circle. It shifts. Its tilt changes. Its axis wobbles. Its magnetic field fluctuates. Every one of these cycles affects climate, weather, stability, and ultimately the survivability of civilizations. Ancient cultures did not discover this through crude superstition. They observed the heavens with precision. They recorded sky movement in stone observatories, in temple corridors aligned to solstices, in star charts marking epochs longer than recorded history. Their awareness of time was not limited to a human lifespan. It extended across millennia. The most profound of these shifts occurs during the precessional cycle, the slow movement of Earth's axis that changes the position of the pole star and alters which constellation rises at the spring equinox. But precession is not the only factor. The Earth also passes through regions of space with varying levels of radiation and plasma density. When the solar system moves into high-energy regions, the sun becomes more active, producing stronger solar storms, increased particle flux, and higher electromagnetic stress on the Earth's magnetic field. When the magnetic field weakens, the poles can shift, sometimes gradually, sometimes abruptly. Evidence suggests that such events have occurred multiple times. Magnetic pole reversals and excursions are recorded in rock layers and frozen sediments. During these transitional periods, the Earth becomes more vulnerable. Climate swings intensify, weather patterns destabilize, and natural disasters increase. To ancient civilizations, these events were not scientific curiosities. They were existential turning points. The traditions of ancient India tell of cosmic cycles where the world's energy changes, affecting human consciousness. The Maya believe the sun undergoes periodic transformations that alter life on Earth. The Egyptians believed the sky goddess Nut could overturn the cosmic order when the balance of Ma'at was disturbed. In modern terms, these are descriptions of solar, geomagnetic, and orbital cycles. We now know that around the end of the last ice age, the Earth's magnetic field weakened dramatically. The sun released massive flares. The climate whiplashed. Glaciers collapsed. Ocean levels surged. The world experienced chaos, not over centuries, but in sudden bursts. This is the signature of a cycle turning. If the ancients remembered this, they would have built their entire worldview around preparing for the next turn. This is why. They tracked the stars, they measured the earth, they encoded numbers into architecture, they aligned monuments to the solstice, they preserved myth as memory. They were not worshiping nature. They were studying a clock, a cosmic clock. And the message was clear. When the cycle approaches its turning, humanity forgets. Consciousness contracts. Knowledge is lost. Civilization deteriorates. But just before the fall, there is always a moment of remembering, a moment when the old knowledge resurfaces, when those who are ready begin to see the pattern again. We are living in that moment now. For centuries, human history has been taught as a straight line, a march from primitive to modern, from simple to complex. But the more we uncover, the more that narrative collapses. Civilizations did not begin in caves. They began in complexity and fell into simplicity. Our story is not one of creation and progress. It is one of memory and loss. And the cycle is not only physical. It is psychological. When the world is stable, consciousness expands. Art flourishes. Knowledge grows. When the world destabilizes, humanity retreats into survival mode. Memory fades. Stories warp. Symbols become religion. Religion becomes dogma. Dogma becomes confusion. This is why the ancients hid their greatest truths in symbols. Symbols survive when civilizations do not. A symbol can be misunderstood, but it cannot be erased. Its meaning can be rediscovered. Now we stand at a point where science, archaeology, mythology, and astronomy are converging. We are beginning to see the full picture, the cycle of rise and fall, flood and rebirth. But the ancients left one more piece of the message. There is always a warning before the turning point, not a prophecy in words, but a change in the world itself. Increasing storms, unexpected weather extremes, rising seas, melting poles, shifting magnetic fields, unusual solar activity, not punishment, not apocalypse. Cycle. We have seen this before. We are seeing it again. The real question is not whether the cycle is turning. The question is whether humanity will remember what was forgotten before the shift reaches its peak. Because the survivors of the last cycle left us a message. The world ends not when water rises, but when memory is lost. And if memory is the key, then the message they preserved across stone and myth was not simply a warning. It was a roadmap for how to survive the cycle and how to rebuild what will inevitably be lost again. If the ancients understood that the cycle would eventually turn, then they also understood that most of humanity would forget the knowledge that once sustained civilization. They knew that memory would fade. They knew that societies would collapse into survival, into confusion, into fragmentation. They knew that the world after the flood would not be ready to carry the full truth forward. So they did something extraordinary. They preserved the knowledge in layers, some visible, some hidden. The visible layer was given to the people. Simplified rituals, sacred festivals, symbolic myths, stories of gods and heroes. These were designed not to explain, but to prevent total forgetting. A memory framework, waiting for meaning to one day return. But the deeper layer, the true knowledge, was entrusted to small groups who were trained to guard it. These were not kings, not rulers, not conquerors. They were initiates, custodians of memory. From these custodians formed what later became known as mystery schools. The term mystery does not refer to secrecy for the sake of secrecy. It refers to initiation, knowledge that must be experienced, not merely memorized. Knowledge that cannot be forced upon the mind, only awakened when the mind is ready. These schools existed in Egypt, in Greece, in Mesopotamia, in the Indus Valley, in the ancient Americas, in the mountains of Tibet, and in the monastic lineages of Asia. They did not appear independently. They were branches of the same root, fragments of the same inheritance. Their teachings were not inventions. They were memories. In Egypt, these custodians were the priests of Thoth, keepers of the star knowledge, the builders of temples aligned with the heavens, the interpreters of the sacred calendar. They encoded cosmic understanding into the shape and proportion of the pyramids, into the rites of the afterlife, into the symbolism of the Eye of Horus, a diagram of human perception and brain anatomy long, before anatomy was scientifically studied. In Greece, these teachings resurfaced in the Orphic Mysteries and the Eleusinian rites, where initiates underwent ritual death and rebirth to understand that consciousness is not bound to the body. Plato, Pythagoras, and philosophers honored as fathers of Western thought did not innovate their knowledge. They learned it from Egypt, translating fragments into new language. In India, the knowledge survived in the Vedas. Texts meant not to be read but recited, felt, vibrated through sound. The rishis were not prophets. They were rememberers. Yoga was not exercise. It was a system for reactivating dormant capacity in the human mind and body. The chakras were not mystical imagination. They were maps of energy flow known to the pre-flood civilization. In the Andes, the knowledge was reserved by the Amautas, wise teachers who kept astronomy, architecture, and cosmic myth alive long after the empire had risen and fallen. Their teachings speak of a time when the sun was different, a memory from before the cycle turned. In the indigenous North American traditions, the memory keepers were the storytellers and the sky watchers, who tracked the stars, seasons, migrations, and animal patterns. Their stories speak of past worlds, of beings who came from the stars, of a great destruction that once reset the world. In every case, the knowledge was preserved through initiation, not instruction. The initiate was not told what to believe. They were guided to experience truth directly. This was the essence of the ancient way. Knowledge gained through inner transformation, not external teaching. But over time, the world changed again. Empires rose. Power centralized. Knowledge became currency. Kings realized that controlling memory meant controlling people. Priesthoods fractured. Some remained true, others aligned with power. Mystery schools were driven underground, hidden beneath temples, monasteries, and encoded texts. Some knowledge was lost. Some was distorted. Some was weaponized. Yet some survived. It survived in architecture, in music, in sacred geometry, in meditation traditions, in astronomical calendars, in myths that seem like fantasy but were actually encrypted history. This is why so many ancient tales appear symbolic, because they are. The story of Osiris is not simply about death and resurrection. It is about the soul's journey through transformation. The myth of Dionysus is not simply about wine and ecstasy. It is about the dissolving of identity to reveal deeper consciousness. The Bhagavad Gita is not merely a philosophical poem. It is a manual for awakening awareness in times of crisis. The Mayan Popol does not simply describe God shaping humans. It preserves the memory of multiple world ages. At the core of all of these traditions lies one repeated teaching. Human consciousness is not fixed. It can expand. The body is not the limit. It is a vehicle. The world is not random. It is structured. Life is not meaningless. It is cyclical, patterned, purposeful. The mystery schools taught how to see the pattern. They taught breathing techniques to open perception. They taught meditation to quiet the surface mind. They taught geometry to understand the form of reality. They taught sound and chant to synchronize the brain with natural resonance. They taught myth not as fiction, but as encoded memory. This was the knowledge that allowed humanity to rebuild after flood. Not just how to plant crops, or track seasons, or cut stone, but how to reconnect the mind to the cosmos. Because the greatest catastrophe of any world age is not the destruction of cities. It is the destruction of memory. And the greatest achievement of any reborn civilization is not architecture. It is remembrance. The initiates who carried this knowledge understood something profound. Civilizations rise and fall. Worlds are destroyed and rebuilt. But consciousness remains, waiting to awaken again. This is why the ancient wisdom traditions did not fear the cycle. They prepared for it. They left instructions for future generations, hidden in myth, architecture, astronomy, and symbol, knowing that one day, when the cycle rose once more, humanity would begin to remember. We are living in that remembering now, which leads to the next question. Not just what knowledge was preserved, but how it was encoded so that only the ready could unlock it. If knowledge was to survive across a world-ending catastrophe, it could not be preserved in books, scrolls, or fragile objects. It had to be built into the very landscape of civilization. It had to be disguised so thoroughly within culture that even those who forgot its meaning would still protect it. And most importantly, it had to be something that could be decoded by any future civilization that reached the same level of awareness. This is why the ancients encoded their message through symbols, not words. A written language can be lost. A spoken language can disappear. But a symbol is universal. A symbol speaks to the pattern-recognizing part of the human mind. Even if we do not consciously understand it, we feel it. This is why symbols appear in every culture on Earth, even when those cultures had no known contact with each other. The spiral, the serpent, the tree, the star within the circle, the winged sun disk, the all-seeing eye, the cosmic egg, the labyrinth, the sacred mountain. These are not random designs. They are diagrams. They encode mathematics, astronomy, psychology, and cosmology simultaneously. They are layered. One meaning for the uninitiated, another for the seeker, another for the initiate, and yet another for the master. For example, the spiral is not just decoration. It is a map of creation. It represents galaxies, hurricanes, nautilus shells, the growth of plants, and the unfolding of consciousness. It is the Fibonacci sequence. It is the unfolding of form from a formless. The serpent is not simply a creature to be feared. It represents energy, specifically the dormant potential within the human nervous system. Cultures gave it different names, prana, chi, kundalini, but the meaning is one. The human being contains a hidden power that can be awakened. The tree of life, the world tree, the cosmic tree, represents the structure of reality itself. Its roots are the unseen realms. Its trunk is the physical world, and its branches are the dimensions of consciousness. From Norse Yggdrasil to the Kabbalistic tree of life, to the Maya Wakachan, the pattern is identical. These symbols were the memory scaffolding of the ancient world. But symbols alone were not enough. The message also had to be encoded in geometry. Geometry does not depend on culture. Geometry does not translate. Geometry is the language of the universe. If you measure the pyramids, the stone circles, the temples of Greece, the ziggurats of Mesopotamia, the temples of India, the pyramids of Mesoamerica, or the stone enclosures of Göbekli Tepe, you find the same ratios repeated, 1:1. 6:18, the golden ratio, 3:4:5, the sacred triangle, 72 degrees, precessional constant, 108 astronomical harmonic, 432 harmonic of Earth's resonance, 144 cycle of time. These numbers appear in ancient myths, in sacred chants, in temple dimensions, in music tuning systems, and in planetary cycles. This cannot be coincidence. It is a manual, a map of the structure of the cosmos, a memory of the civilization that came before. But geometry and symbols still required guardians. So the ancients embedded their knowledge inside myth. Myth is not fiction. Myth is memory written in metaphor. The flood story, the cycle of ages, the sky beings, the descent to the underworld, the hero's journey. These are not children's tales. They are encoded historical records, wrapped in narrative to ensure survival. The flood myth appears. In Sumeria, Atrahasis in Babylon, Utnapishtim in Hebrew tradition, Noah in Greece, Deucalion in India, Manu in Mesoamerica, Coxcox in native North America. The Thunderbird myth, different languages, different continents, same memory, a world destroyed by water. Either every culture on Earth independently invented the same story for no reason, or they were all remembering the same event. The ancients also encoded their message into architecture. Temples were not merely places of worship. They were machines for consciousness. The acoustics, the angles, the alignment to stars, all were intentional. If you speak or chant in certain ancient structures, the sound resonates through the bones. It alters brainwave states. It opens perception. The temple was a tool to remember who and what the human being truly is. And perhaps the most extraordinary encoding of all was in the alignment of monuments to the stars. Because the heavens are the only clock that cannot be erased. Civilizations can rise and fall. Libraries can burn. Languages can disappear. But the stars return to their positions on a fixed, predictable cycle. If you align a monument to a star position that only occurs once every 26,000 years, you are leaving a message not to your own time, but to the next civilization that rises to this level of awareness. And that is exactly what we see. The pyramids of Giza align with Orion's belt as it appeared not in 2500 BCE, but around 12,000 BCE, the end of the last ice age. Göbekli Tepe is aligned to the rising of the star Deneb in the constellation of Cygnus, again around 11,000 to 12,000 years ago. The temples of Angkor, what mirror the constellation Draco, also aligned to that same window of time. Again and again, ancient structures point us to the same epoch, the end of the last world age. This was not random. This was not superstition. This was a message. Remember this time. Remember what happened. Prepare for the cycle to turn again. The ancient civilization did not simply want to be remembered. They wanted to ensure that when humanity rose again, we would not repeat the same mistake. They encoded warning. They encoded memory. They encoded instruction. But as we decode these messages now, we must ask, what exactly were they trying to warn us about? What was the danger they knew was coming? The answer is in the next chapter, the knowledge of the cycles of Earth and the cataclysms that reset civilization. If the ancients encoded their knowledge into symbols, geometry, myth, and monumental architecture, It was not simply to preserve their identity. It was to preserve a warning about the nature of Earth itself, about a cycle so large, so slow, and so devastating that only a civilization with a long memory could understand it. A cycle that does not care about kings, empires, borders, or technological advancement. A cycle written into the movement of the stars. Ancient cultures referred to this cycle by many names, but they all describe the same thing: the rise and fall of worlds. The Maya called it the turning of the suns. The Hindus called it the yugas. The Greeks called it the great year. The Egyptians called it Zep Tepi, the first time. All of them spoke of a periodic return, a cosmic rhythm, in which great civilizations rise to extraordinary heights, only to be swept away by a cataclysm, forcing humanity to begin again. This idea is not symbolic, not poetic. It is recorded in stone, in myth, and in the alignment of ancient monuments to astronomical cycles. The most critical of these is the precession of the equinoxes, a slow, majestic wobble in Earth's rotational axis that takes approximately 26,000 years to complete. This is the clock of the ancients. It is not measured by calendars or seasons or dynasties, but by the movement of the stars themselves. Over thousands of years, the stars slowly shift along the horizon, marking the progression of the cycle. The ancients built observatories, pyramids, and temples aligned precisely to these shifting star positions, preserving a timeline across epochs. This tells us something profound. They were not measuring years. They were measuring eras. They understood that time itself is cyclical, not linear. And within this cycle lies the event that resets civilizations, the World Age catastrophe. This catastrophe does not refer to a single event, but to the convergence of multiple forces, geological, solar, cosmic, and climatic, that together alter the environment of Earth so drastically that only fragments of civilization survive. The last time this cycle turned, around 12,000 years ago, the world experienced what modern scientists now call the Younger Dryas impact event, a sudden, abrupt shift in climate, accompanied by flooding, rapid ice melt, volcanic activity, and a global rise in sea levels. It drowned coastlines, erased entire cultures, and reshaped the surface of the planet. The flood stories around the world all remember it. But here is where the ancient message becomes truly extraordinary. They were not simply warning that disasters happen. They were warning that disasters happen on a schedule. Because the cycle is driven by forces larger than Earth, forces originating from the sun and our movement through the galaxy. The sun is not stable. It goes through phases, increasing and decreasing in magnetic intensity, radiation output, and solar storm activity. When certain cosmic alignments occur, such as our solar system passing through dense regions of the galaxy, the sun becomes unstable. Increased solar radiation and geomagnetic disruption have the power to shift climate rapidly, melt ice sheets, break tectonic stability, and ignite volcanic activity. This is the mechanism behind the cycle of destruction. The ancients tracked it by watching the stars. They encoded it into myth as battles between gods. They encoded it in symbols as serpents in the sky. They encoded it in architecture by aligning monuments to the point in time when the cycle turns. This is why so many ancient structures point not to their own era, but to the end of the last world age. They were marking the last reset, which means they were also marking the next. This is why the message was preserved for us. Not for them, not for the intermediate civilizations that rose and fell in between, but for the one that would rise again at the moment the cycle approached. Our moment. We are the generation living at the turning of the cycle. Our technology, our global connectivity, our rediscovery of ancient ruins buried under jungle, desert, and sea, none of this is coincidence. It is part of the pattern. A civilization rises to a high level of awareness right before the cycle changes. And yet, we have forgotten the reason for that rise. We have mistaken technological advancement for progress. We have mistaken information for wisdom. We have mistaken complexity for understanding. But the ancients knew that survival in the next world age requires something very different. Alignment with the cycles of Earth. Awareness of the forces shaping reality. Understanding of the nature of consciousness. The monuments, myths, and symbols were not meant simply to inform. They were meant to train memory, to train perception, to train awareness of the subtle changes in the world around us. because the signs of the turning are not sudden. They are gradual. A weakening of Earth's magnetic field, increased solar activity, a shift in climate pattern acceleration, rising ocean temperatures, migration of animals to new regions, changes in atmospheric resonance, increased volcanic and seismic instability. These are all happening now, not metaphorically, not spiritually, scientifically, observably, measurably, exactly as the ancient civilizations warned. They were not primitive. They were not superstitious. They were not guessing. They were remembering. They were telling us, you have been here before. You have risen before. You have fallen before. And you will again, unless you remember why you are here. This is the true purpose of the ancient message. Not to frighten, not to mystify, but to awaken. Because the cycle does not simply bring destruction, it also brings opportunity. Every collapse of a world age is also the beginning of a new one, a chance to rebuild, to evolve, to remember. The ancients did not only warn us about the cycle, they left instructions for how to endure it and how to transcend it. And that is what comes next, how to decode the survival knowledge hidden within the ancient teachings, the knowledge we were always meant to reclaim. If the ancients understood that the world undergoes cyclical destruction, then it follows that they would have prepared for survival. But their concept of survival was not limited to physical endurance. They understood that rebuilding civilization required more than being alive. It required memory. It required knowledge. It required consciousness. This is why the knowledge they left behind was not merely technical. It was instructional. Instruction not for machines, but for the human mind and spirit. For them, the greatest threat of a world age collapse was not hunger, not cold, not even the loss of cities or technology. The greatest threat was a loss of awareness. When awareness collapses, civilization collapses. When the mind forgets its nature, humanity begins again in confusion. And when humanity forgets the pattern, the cycle repeats blindly. So the ancients preserved 3 pillars of survival knowledge. Knowledge of the earth, how to read the environment and adapt to it. Knowledge of the stars, how to reconnect to the cosmic cycle. Knowledge of the self, how to awaken the inner capacity of consciousness. Together, these form a manual for rebuilding humanity after the fall. The first pillar, knowledge of the earth, was encoded in agriculture, seasonal calendars, herbal medicines, and sacred landscapes. Ancient peoples were not simply planting crops. They were aligning human life with the pulse of the planet. They observed the migration of animals, the flowering cycles of plants, the timing of floods and monsoons, the patterns of wind and ocean currents. Their survival depended on recognizing the signals of environmental change. This is why so many ancient myths describe animals or birds as messengers. They were not symbols of superstition, but teachers of ecological awareness. The tribes of the Americas watched the movement of bison and antelope to forecast seasonal drought. The Egyptian priests studied the rising of Sirius to predict the Nile flood. The Polynesian navigators read the ocean like a map, using only waves, stars, and clouds. This was not primitive knowledge. It was intimate knowledge, a relationship with Earth so deep that survival was not guesswork. It was attunement. The second pillar, knowledge of the stars, was the key to timekeeping across ages. By tracking precession, eclipses, and planetary cycles, the ancients could predict when the world would enter phases of stability and phases of upheaval. This is why ancient temples were observatories. This is why pyramids aligned perfectly with solstices. This is why myth speaks of sky gods and star beings. They understood that Earth is not isolated. It is part of a cosmic rhythm. When the cycle shifts, the climate shifts. When the climate shifts, the civilizations shift. When civilizations shift, memory is lost unless preserved intentionally. The third pillar, knowledge of the self, is perhaps the most important of all. Because physical survival means little if consciousness falls into fear, chaos, and forgetfulness. The ancients knew that in times of collapse, the human mind fractures easily. Fear narrows awareness. Panic destroys community. Violence disrupts continuity. And when the mind closes, memory closes with it. So they developed teachings designed to stabilize consciousness, breathing techniques to calm the nervous system, meditation to train awareness, chant and rhythm to synchronize brainwaves, movement practices to cultivate focus and balance, myths to give meaning during uncertainty, ritual to reinforce belonging, yoga in India, qigong in China, dream walking in indigenous cultures, Sufi zikr in the Middle East, sacred dance in Africa, shamanic trance in the Americas, different forms, same function. These practices were technologies of mind, not religion, not superstition, not cultural flavor. Technologies designed to preserve self-awareness when the world becomes uncertain. Because the ancients recognized something modern humanity has largely forgotten. External stability is never guaranteed. Internal stability is learned. This is why the message left for us was not simply architectural or astronomical. It was psychological. They wanted us to understand that resilience is an inner skill. But here's the part that is rarely spoken. The ancients did not intend for everyone to awaken at once. The knowledge was designed to remain dormant until the time of need. This is why the teachings were encoded in symbols rather than explained outright. If the knowledge were always obvious, it would be misused by those seeking power, dominance, and control. So they hid it, not by concealing it, but by making it visible only to those whose awareness was ready to see it. A spiral carved into stone means nothing to one mind, but to another, it is a map of cosmic structure. A myth about a hero descending into darkness is a tale to one mind, but to another, it is a guide for the soul during times of collapse. A pyramid is a tomb to one mind, but to another, it is a star-lined resonance chamber designed to elevate consciousness. This is the brilliance of the ancient message. It reveals itself only when the seeker is ready, and humanity is waking up now because the time is arriving. We are living in the convergence of cycles, climate instability, technological transformation, cultural fragmentation, identity confusion, renewed interest in ancient knowledge, and an undeniable intuition shared across the planet that something is shifting. The teachings are resurfacing, not by force, not by institution, but by remembrance. We are beginning to decode what was always there. We are remembering how to breathe, how to listen, how to observe, how to recognize patterns, how to reconnect to meaning. This is the true survival knowledge. Not fear, not hoarding, not escape, but awakening. Because the civilization that survives the cycle is not the one with the strongest walls, or the greatest armies, or the most advanced technology. It is the one that remembers who it is. And this leads us to the next part of the message. The ancients did not only teach how to survive the cycle, they taught how to rise beyond it, how to transform the turning of the ages into an opportunity for evolution, for humanity to become something more than it has ever been. The ancients did not leave their message in words alone. They left it in technology and mathematics, hidden in plain sight, waiting for those with the understanding to recognize it. To them, knowledge and power were inseparable, but they were not seeking dominance over others. They were seeking continuity. They knew that civilizations rise and fall, but wisdom, once preserved, could transcend catastrophe. And so they encoded secrets into structures, artifacts, and cosmic patterns, embedding advanced knowledge that would be rediscovered only when humanity reached the threshold of awareness. Consider the Great Pyramid of Giza. Its dimensions are not arbitrary. Its orientation aligns almost perfectly to true north, a feat that modern engineers struggle to achieve even with sophisticated instruments. The ratio of the base perimeter to height reflects the mathematical constant pi. Its internal chambers follow proportional relationships that mirror the solar system, the cycles of the moon, and even subtle resonance frequencies of the Earth itself. This was not coincidence. This was encoded knowledge, an instruction manual in stone, mathematics, and cosmic alignment. Göbekli Tepe, over 11,000 years old, carries carvings of animals, abstract symbols, and constellations that predate known civilization. Archaeologists argue about its purpose. Yet the stones themselves encode astronomical knowledge, mathematics, and perhaps even a calendar system that allowed tracking of celestial events over millennia. Whoever built it had a profound understanding of astronomy and its relationship to time, Earth, and human consciousness. In South America, the Nazca lines serve a similar purpose. stretching across hundreds of square miles. The lines depict animals, geometric patterns, and straight pathways that point precisely to solstice rising points of stars and planetary positions. From the ground, they appear as simple lines. From the sky, they reveal a massive, precise map of the heavens. These were not artistic whims. They were functional, designed to convey cosmic and geophysical information to those who knew how to read it. Even smaller artifacts contain remarkable precision. Ancient jewelry, coins, and sculptures frequently employ the golden ratio and Fibonacci sequences, hinting that ancient artisans had not only aesthetic understanding, but an intuitive grasp of mathematics that aligns with natural law. This suggests the pre-flood civilization understood patterns of energy, proportion, and resonance in ways that modern science is only beginning to comprehend. Energy manipulation was perhaps the most astonishing area of knowledge. Many ancient structures function as resonance chambers. Sound frequencies and vibration were not just artistic expression. They were tools to influence the mind, the body, and perhaps even surrounding environment. The stone chambers of Newgrange in Ireland, the hypogeum of Malta, and the chambers of the Great Pyramid exhibit acoustic properties that amplify certain frequencies. Chanting, singing bowls, and ritual instruments were designed to awaken awareness, synchronize brain waves, and access heightened states of consciousness. The ancients understood that energy flows could be shaped, guided, and focused, knowledge we now associate with fields like bioresonance, sound therapy, and quantum mechanics. Mathematics, too, was not abstract. It was practical. Pi, phi, square roots, and complex ratios appear not only in architecture, but in mapping Earth's curvature, measuring longitude and latitude, and encoding cycles of the moon, sun, and planets. The ancients encoded not only the positions of celestial bodies, but also the movement of Earth's energies, and even tidal and seismic patterns. In other words, they created a system of predictive knowledge, using mathematics and geometry as a bridge between the cosmos and human understanding. Even metallurgy and material science suggest advanced understanding. Artifacts like the Damascus steel of India and the swords of Tutankhamun indicate knowledge of alloys, crystallization, and molecular structure that should not have been possible with their era's technology. Some ancient lenses, such as an Emerald lens, indicate optical understanding that could focus and concentrate light. Some pyramids and megaliths appear to have been cut and transported with precision that modern engineers struggle to explain without advanced tools. Could it be that this knowledge was lost after a global catastrophe, awaiting rediscovery? The ancients also encoded knowledge in city planning and geodesy. Mohenjo-daro, Teotihuacan, and Angkor were laid out according to precise cardinal alignments, proportional grids, and symbolic geometry. Streets, plazas, and temples were not placed randomly. They reflect celestial movements, harmonics of the earth, and possibly even magnetic alignment. The city itself became a teaching tool, a living map, a machine for the transmission of knowledge. All of these encoded secrets serve multiple purposes: preservation, teaching, and awakening. They were designed to endure. Stone resists time in a way paper or digital media cannot. Myth resists decay in a way scientific journals cannot. Geometry survives across centuries when languages vanish. The ancients combined these methods to ensure the survival of advanced knowledge through cataclysmic cycles. Perhaps the most crucial point is this: the ancients left the knowledge in a way that was accessible but protected. Anyone could see the pyramids, the stones, the lines, the carvings, but without understanding the relationships, mathematics, and resonance, their true function remained hidden. Only those ready, those able to perceive patterns across space, time, and consciousness, could decode the message. In essence, the knowledge was alive. It waited for humanity to reach a certain point of awareness, to be worthy of remembering and using it. This principle is repeated across the globe. In the Americas, in Africa, in Asia, in Europe, ancient monuments and artifacts all encode knowledge of mathematics, astronomy, energy, and consciousness. The repetition of these principles across continents, despite the apparent lack of contact, implies a shared global memory, a civilization before recorded history that had achieved a level of understanding far beyond what is typically attributed to humanity at the time. And a lesson embedded within these artifacts, structures, and symbols is clear. Knowledge is survival. Awareness is survival. Consciousness is survival. Civilizations may fall. Cities may sink. Empires may crumble. But wisdom, encoded correctly, can endure the cycles of destruction, awaiting the moment when humanity is ready to awaken again. This encoded knowledge is not meant to give humanity dominance over nature. It is meant to restore harmony, to show how energy, matter, and consciousness interact, to prepare us not only for survival in the turning of the ages, but for a rebirth of civilization with understanding, precision, and awareness. It is a message written in stone, in number, in resonance, a message that speaks across millennia. And now, as we uncover and decode these ancient systems, we are beginning to realize that the past was far more advanced than modern history admits. And more importantly, that the message was left for us to guide us through the cycles that are once again turning. One of the most astonishing revelations of forbidden archaeology is the evidence suggesting that ancient civilizations were not isolated pockets of human development, but part of a global network, an interconnected web of knowledge, culture, and technology that span continents. Traditional history teaches that cultures developed independently. Mesopotamia, Egypt, the Indus Valley, the Americas, each rising on its own. Yet when we look closely at ancient architecture, mathematics, and astronomical knowledge, patterns emerge that challenge this narrative. Structures separated by thousands of miles share exact proportions, alignments, and design principles. Knowledge of celestial cycles, energy resonance, and geometry appears not just repeatedly, but with astonishing precision. Consider the pyramids. In Egypt, the Great Pyramid of Giza demonstrates knowledge of geometry, astronomy, and resonance. Across the Atlantic, the pyramids of Teotihuacan and the step pyramids of the Maya show remarkably similar principles of alignment and proportion. Some researchers argue this is coincidence, but the replication of the same mathematical constants, pi, phi, and the sacred ratios, suggests shared understanding. The dimensions of pyramids in Egypt correspond proportionally to those in Mesoamerica and even parts of Asia. Across time zones and oceans, builders encoded the same cosmic knowledge. Göbekli Tepe in modern Turkey predates most other known monumental structures by thousands of years. Its precision in stonework, astronomical alignments, and symbolic carvings raises a provocative question. Who taught them, and how did such knowledge spread across regions that modern historians insist were unconnected? Its carvings of constellations match alignments in distant locations, hinting at a common template for understanding the stars. And yet, mainstream archaeology struggles to place Göbekli Tepe within any known network, leaving it isolated in time and space. But if it were part of a larger global system, this isolation disappears, and suddenly everything makes sense. In South America, the Nazca Lines, Machu Picchu, and the city planning of Tiwanaku also suggest global principles at work. Nazca aligns its massive geoglyphs with the solstices and rising stars, similar to Egyptian pyramids and other ancient monuments. Machu Picchu's terraces and city layout reflect precise knowledge of the sun's angles, water flow, and energy harmonics. Tiwanaku, at an altitude where survival is difficult even today, features megalithic stonework that mirrors engineering methods seen in Egypt. The question arises, how could civilizations so distant from one another develop identical mathematical, astronomical, and architectural knowledge independently? Evidence of connectivity is not confined to the old and new worlds. Across Europe, stone circles like Stonehenge, Karnak, and Newgrange exhibit astronomical alignments consistent with solstice, lunar, and precessional cycles. The precision in their design mirrors techniques observed in distant continents. Similar knowledge appears in ancient India, in the temple alignments of Angkor Wat, and even in Polynesian navigation systems, which map the stars across vast oceans. These cultures may have been separated by thousands of miles of ocean and desert, yet their comprehension of cosmic cycles and spatial mathematics is remarkably similar. The patterns are too consistent to be coincidence. Trade and cultural exchange likely played a role, but the magnitude of knowledge transfer implied here goes beyond mere trade in goods. It suggests the exchange of ideas, principles, and even technologies. Tools for measuring the stars, understanding harmonic ratios, and calculating precession appear in multiple locations, pointing to either direct interaction or a shared source of knowledge. Some scholars theorize a lost global civilization that existed before the flood, which taught or influenced these later civilizations. Its memory survived in structures, myths, symbols, and mathematics. Even more compelling is the alignment of sacred sites across continents. Lines connecting ancient sites form geometric patterns at global scales, sometimes called ley lines, though their purpose is debated. When mapped on a global grid, pyramids, temples, stone circles, and sacred mountains appear positioned along meridians of energy, which some researchers suggest were recognized by ancient civilizations. Whether this is accidental or intentional is a matter of debate, but the precision and recurrence of the patterns demand attention. If intentional, it suggests the ancients had knowledge not just of local geography, but the Earth as a planetary system, capable of being mapped with accuracy before satellites existed. This global network also includes evidence of shared cultural motifs and symbolism. The serpent, the spiral, the cosmic egg, and solar disks appear across continents with striking similarity. Flood myths, creation cycles, and star knowledge appear in every inhabited region. The recurrence of these motifs suggests that ancient humans were not only observing the same cosmic phenomena, but were consciously recording and preserving the same knowledge across generations and geographies. It is as though they were part of a single, coordinated effort to maintain memory of the pre-flood world. The implications are profound. If civilizations were interconnected long before recorded history, then our understanding of human development must be reconsidered. The timeline of technological and cultural evolution may be far older than we realize. Monumental architecture, precise mathematics, and astronomical observation are not isolated breakthroughs. They are echoes of sophisticated, interconnected civilization that once spanned the globe. Its memory was deliberately encoded into every succeeding culture, ensuring that knowledge survives cycles of destruction. This perspective also reshapes how we interpret ancient myths and legends. Rather than seeing myths as local stories or primitive imagination, we can recognize them as a shared global archive, encoded to preserve understanding of the cosmos, Earth cycles, and human consciousness. Flood stories, cycles of ages, serpent symbolism, and sun worship are not isolated phenomena. They are evidence that these cultures were part of a wider network, guardians of a knowledge system far older than conventional history admits. Ultimately, the global network of ancient sites points to a civilization before civilizations, a progenitor culture whose knowledge was preserved, encoded, and transmitted across continents. The precision, recurrence, and sophistication of their architecture, mathematics, and astronomy reveal a shared memory, a deliberate act of survival, teaching, and guidance. And now, as modern humans uncover these sites, decode their patterns, and understand their alignments, we begin to realize the enormity of what was left for us, a map of human knowledge and survival, spanning the globe, waiting to be remembered. The question we must ask now is not whether these civilizations were connected. The evidence suggests they were, but how their knowledge can be reconstructed, understood, and applied in our time as the cycle of the ages turns once more. One of the most compelling pieces of evidence for a lost global civilization is the depth of ancient astronomical knowledge encoded in myths, monuments, and artifacts. Long before telescopes, satellites, or modern instruments, civilizations across the world tracked the movement of the stars, the cycles of the planets, and the precession of the equinoxes with astonishing accuracy. This knowledge was not trivial. It was the foundation of calendars, agriculture, navigation, and the very encoding of their collective memory. But beyond practical applications, it also reveals a profound understanding of cosmic events. Events that could bring destruction, reshape the Earth, and reset human civilization. The Great Pyramid of Giza, for example, is aligned with Orion's belt as it appeared approximately 12,000 years ago, during the end of the last ice age. The shafts within the pyramid point precisely to specific stars, suggesting an intricate understanding of stellar positions, cycles, and their correspondence to events on Earth. Scholars have debated the purpose of these alignments for decades, yet few consider the possibility that they were documenting a cataclysmic event and encoding a warning for future generations. In essence, the pyramid functions as both a monument and a star map, frozen in stone to survive millennia. Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, older than the Egyptian pyramids by thousands of years, also contains carvings of constellations and animals that align with celestial phenomena observed around 11,000 to 12,000 years ago. The repeated depiction of specific stars and constellations suggests that the builders understood more than simple seasonal tracking. They were aware of cycles spanning thousands of years, perhaps even correlating star positions with catastrophic events on Earth, such as floods, earthquakes, or solar activity. These celestial correlations hint at a civilization that combined astronomy with memory and survival planning. Across the Atlantic, the Maya, Aztec, and Inca civilizations encoded astronomical knowledge into massive calendars, observatories, and sacred geometry. The Maya long count calendar, for example, tracks cycles that extend beyond 5,000 years, accounting for planetary alignments, solstices, and eclipses with remarkable precision. Temples and pyramids were not randomly constructed. They aligned with celestial events like solstices, equinoxes, and the rising or setting of specific stars. The precision of these alignments suggests that these civilizations were not merely observing the sky. They were documenting cosmic cycles, some of which likely corresponded to planetary or solar events capable of influencing Earth on a global scale. Even European monuments like Stonehenge, Newgrange, and the Karnak stones demonstrate extraordinary astronomical precision. Stonehenge, for instance, aligns with the sunrise of the summer solstice and the sunset of the winter solstice. But deeper analysis reveals that the monument could also track lunar cycles, eclipses, and precessional shifts, phenomena occurring over thousands of years. Newgrange in Ireland, older than Stonehenge, aligns so perfectly with the winter solstice sunrise that it illuminates its inner chamber only for a few minutes each year. This alignment is not decorative. It is a cosmic signal, preserved to communicate knowledge across generations. Symbols embedded in myths and stories often mirror the celestial knowledge. The serpent, often depicted circling or coiling, can represent the precessional motion of the stars. Flood myths may encode the timing of celestial disruptions or cosmic impacts that could trigger global catastrophes. In Mesoamerican codices, depictions of star alignments and cosmic cycles correspond to solar and planetary events. Even the Hindu Vedas encode positions of stars and planets in poetic language, describing movements of celestial bodies in ways that are mathematically precise. These myths were not arbitrary stories. They were star maps and cosmic calendars disguised in narrative, a method to preserve astronomical knowledge even through societal collapse. The recurring theme across these cultures is the synchronization of heaven and earth. Celestial events were seen as indicators, warnings, and guides. A sudden shift in the stars, a solar flare, or a comet's passage could herald environmental upheaval on Earth. The ancients were aware that catastrophic events were not random but part of a larger cycle dictated by cosmic mechanics. Their monuments, calendars, and myths acted as a bridge between the sky and survival, ensuring that even after a catastrophe, humans could decode the pattern, predict future cycles, and prepare accordingly. Moreover, the precision of astronomical knowledge encoded in these structures suggests that the ancients had a grasp of mathematical astronomy far beyond what is traditionally credited to them. Pi, phi, and harmonic ratios appear repeatedly in alignment calculations, architectural proportions, and symbolic designs. The ability to encode both practical and metaphysical knowledge, understanding the cosmos and encoding it in a format that survives millennia, demonstrates a sophisticated system of science, mathematics, and spirituality. This knowledge was deliberately preserved to endure through cycles of destruction, ready for a civilization that could decode it once again. The global consistency of these observations is remarkable. From the pyramids of Egypt and Mesoamerica to the observatories of the Maya, from Göbekli Tepe to Newgrange, the alignment of monuments with celestial phenomena demonstrates a shared understanding that transcends geography, language, and culture. Even the construction of megalithic temples in Malta, aligned to stars such as Vega and Deneb, mirrors this principle. It implies either direct contact between civilizations across continents or a shared inheritance from a progenitor civilization that existed before the flood, a civilization that encoded its knowledge globally to survive cataclysmic cycles. The implications are staggering. Modern humanity has largely forgotten this system of knowledge, dismissing myths as primitive and labeling ancient monuments as mysterious yet unsophisticated. But when we examine the alignment, geometry, and symbolism across continents, we see a deliberate pattern, a cosmic message left in stone, myth, and ritual. It tells of cycles, warns of destruction, and guides survivors on how to navigate the turning of the ages. It is a message not of superstition, but of survival, awareness, and awakening, a message that spans both time and space. And now, as we uncover these ancient patterns and begin decoding their astronomical significance, we realize that the ancients were not only documenting the past, they were communicating with the future. They were leaving us instructions embedded in the cosmos on how to recognize cycles, prepare for upheaval, and align humanity once more with the rhythms of the Earth and the universe. Their knowledge is a blueprint, waiting for us to see the stars not just as points of light, but as a map of survival, memory, and cosmic continuity. The question emerges: if civilizations across the globe were preserving knowledge of cosmic cycles with such precision, what other hidden astronomical warnings were they encoding? And how might we interpret them as the cycle turns once again? If the ancients encoded knowledge of cosmic cycles, then it follows that they were acutely aware of celestial events capable of triggering catastrophic change on Earth. Floods, fires from the sky, sudden climate shifts, and massive geological disruptions are recorded in myths worldwide. These were not random exaggerations, but memories of actual events. Cataclysms linked to comets, solar flares, and planetary alignments. The evidence is scattered across myths, sediment layers, and ancient monuments, but a pattern emerges, one that suggests civilizations were documenting predictable cosmic hazards to guide future generations. Comets, for instance, have been observed since prehistory, not just as celestial curiosities, but as portents of destruction. The Sumerians called them omen stars. In Norse mythology, comets were harbingers of Ragnarok. Native American traditions speak of sky serpents that bring fire and water. These stories are remarkably consistent across continents, describing sudden, bright objects appearing in the sky followed by floods, storms, or fire. Scientific evidence supports these accounts. Impact craters, high levels of iridium, and layers of soot found in sedimentary records suggest that comets struck Earth multiple times during the last 15,000 years, triggering rapid climate changes and widespread destruction. Solar activity was another factor encoded in ancient knowledge. Massive solar flares, which we now understand as coronal mass ejections, can disrupt the magnetic field, create storms in the upper atmosphere, and, if extreme, trigger environmental shifts on a global scale. Ancient texts often describe the sun in unusual states: the sun standing still, blood-red skies, the sun trembling, which modern researchers speculate could be records of solar anomalies, flare events, or even shifts in solar cycles. The consistent observation of these solar events across civilizations indicates that they were carefully documented and preserved for their role in global catastrophe. Planetary alignments, too, were recorded with astonishing precision. The Maya, Egyptians, and Babylonians all monitored the movements of Venus, Jupiter, and Saturn, linking their alignments to earthly events. These observations were not astrology in the modern sense. They were a form of early cosmology, a recognition that the relative positions of planets could correlate with geophysical or climatic shifts on Earth. Some researchers today theorize that gravitational effects, combined with solar activity, could amplify tectonic stresses, triggering earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, or tsunamis, events memorialized in myths as divine punishment or cosmic cleansing. Flood myths often encode these catastrophic phenomena. Atrahasis, the Babylonian flood story, describes a sudden, unstoppable deluge. Manu in Hindu text survives a massive flood guided by a divine being. The Norse speak of ocean surges swallowing lands. The Greeks recount Deucalion surviving the deluge. Far from coincidence, these stories may preserve memories of comet impacts or planetary events that destabilize climate and cause global flooding. Geological evidence aligns with these narratives. Abrupt rises in sea levels, glacial meltwater pulses, and sedimentary layers consistent with sudden floods appear in multiple regions around 12,000 years ago. Volcanic eruptions were also part of the cycle. Massive eruptions leave behind evidence in ash layers, climate cooling, and catastrophic destruction, all of which are reflected in myth as the wrath of gods or catastrophic transformations. The eruption of Thera, Santorini, in the 2nd millennium BC is just one example. Earlier eruptions likely occurred during the end of the last ice age, recorded only in fragments of stories and environmental evidence. To the ancients, these events were predictable, recurring signs of the turning of the world age. The consistency of these records across continents points to a global observational network. Civilizations not only experienced these cataclysms, but developed methods to encode their memory, carving depictions of fire from the sky, strange lights in the heavens, floods, or earthquakes into stone, creating myths that describe sequences of events, and aligning monuments to celestial cycles to anticipate recurrence. It was not superstition, It was survival science, an early form of catastrophology. Even the timing of sacrifices, festivals, and rituals appears linked to celestial warnings. In Egypt, festivals celebrated the rising of Sirius, marking the inundation of the Nile, an event tied to climate cycles and cosmic timing. The Maya timed ceremonies with solstices and planetary conjunctions, possibly to honor and acknowledge forces that could bring destruction or favor. These practices were more than religious. They were calibrated memory devices, reminding generations of the cosmic forces that shaped their world. The ancients understood that these events were cyclical. Catastrophe was not random. It was a phase in a larger cosmic rhythm. Their monuments, myths, and calendars preserve predictive knowledge. The stars and planets serve as indicators, comets as warnings, solar anomalies as signals of upcoming instability. They left clues not as predictions for amusement, but as a roadmap for survival. Those who could read the signs would survive, preserve memory, and eventually rebuild. The implications for modern humanity are staggering. We now live in an era where technology can track solar storms, comets, and planetary alignments with precision. Yet for all our instruments, we are only beginning to recognize the scale and recurrence of cosmic events encoded by the ancients. Their warnings remain relevant. The Earth remains vulnerable to cosmic triggers, and their records show us patterns that can guide preparation and awareness. The ancients' ability to encode these cosmic warnings in monuments, myths, and artifacts suggests an intimate relationship with the cosmos, not worship born of fear, but observation born of necessity. They understood Earth as part of a larger system, subject to cycles far beyond human lifespans, and designed systems to preserve their knowledge across millennia. They were not simply documenting history. They were leaving a survival guide, a cosmic roadmap encoded in stone, symbol, and story, waiting for us to remember. And now, as we decode these patterns, cross-reference myths with geological evidence, and analyze monuments with modern technology, we begin to realize that the ancients were far more sophisticated than history allows. They anticipated catastrophe not as random chance, but as a cyclical reality, and they prepared us through encoded knowledge to recognize, endure, and perhaps transcend it. The question we must confront is this. If the ancients encoded warnings about cosmic events and planetary cycles, are we now approaching another phase of the cycle, and what lessons have we yet to uncover that could determine our survival and awakening? If the ancients encoded knowledge about cosmic cycles, cataclysms, and the survival of civilization, then they also had to solve a fundamental problem: how to preserve in a form that could endure the ages, through societal collapse, loss of language, and the erosion of memory. Physical materials decay. Oral traditions are easily corrupted. Even written texts can be destroyed by fire, flood, or war. The solution was not merely to write information down. It was embedded into structures, symbols, myths, and mathematics, creating a multi-layered, self-reinforcing system that could transmit knowledge to future generations while remaining hidden to those unprepared to understand it. Consider symbols. Symbols are not language in conventional sense. They are universal triggers of memory and perception. They are instantly recognizable across time, independent of spoken language. A spiral, a serpent, a circle, or a triangle can convey complex concepts, cycles of creation, energy flow, cosmic order, without words. These forms repeat in every culture, from the spirals of the Celtic megaliths to the serpent iconography in the Americas, to the labyrinths of Crete and the mandalas of India. Across continents and millennia, these symbols encode principles of energy, consciousness, and natural law in a form that endures even when languages vanish. Myths served a similar purpose. They were encoded narratives, designed to preserve memory in a way that could survive cultural upheaval. Stories of floods, celestial battles, and heroes descending into the underworld were more than entertainment. They were instructional allegories. Each element of a myth corresponds to real events, cycles, or principles of survival. The flood myth, for example, is repeated across Sumeria, Greece, India, Mesoamerica, and native North America, each story preserving the memory of a catastrophic global event while embedding instructions for future survivors. Myths are thus living archives, carrying encoded knowledge of environmental, astronomical, and spiritual principles across generations. Mathematics and geometry provided a third layer. Numbers, ratios, and spatial proportions are timeless and universal, immune to cultural drift. The golden ratio, the Pythagorean triangle, and harmonic ratios appear in monuments, city planning, and artifacts worldwide. They function as memory scaffolding, encoding patterns in a language that can survive textual or oral loss. The ancients used geometry to map stars, calculate cycles, encode energy flows, and even create resonance chambers in architecture. Unlike words, numbers do not change meaning over time. They remain consistent, allowing future civilizations to reconstruct knowledge accurately. Architecture was itself a method of encoding knowledge. The precise orientation of pyramids, temples, and megaliths preserved astronomical data, energy patterns, and cyclical memory. Monuments like the Great Pyramid, Göbekli Tepe, and Stonehenge are not simply static markers. They function as three-dimensional repositories of knowledge, where the structure, alignment, and dimensions encode information about time, the cosmos, and survival. In this way, architecture acts as a persistent language, capable of transmitting information across millennia, even when the society that built it no longer exists. Another remarkable method of encoding was multi-layered meaning. One symbol, myth, or structure could carry several levels of information simultaneously. For the casual observer, it might appear decorative or ritualistic. For those with partial understanding, it conveys practical knowledge. For the initiated, it holds profound metaphysical and astronomical instruction. This multi-level encoding ensures that only those prepared, those who have developed the necessary awareness and perspective, can access the full depth of knowledge. It is both protective and generative, safeguarding wisdom while offering it to those ready to comprehend it. Codified systems also existed in numbers, calendars, and astronomical records. Ancient civilizations tracked the precession of the equinoxes, planetary cycles, and solar-lunar alignments with astonishing precision. The Maya long count calendar, the Sumerian star tables, and the Egyptian decans are examples of this approach. By embedding these cycles in myths, monuments, and rituals, knowledge was preserved even when the scientific or textual understanding of the time was lost. These systems encoded time itself, acting as chronometers across ages, alerting future generations to cyclical patterns and impending events. Even art and decoration were part of the system. Wall carvings, murals, and ceremonial objects contained symbolic information. The placement of stars, animals, serpents, and geometric shapes in art mirrors, celestial arrangements, natural patterns, and principles of energy. These depictions are not random or purely aesthetic. They are visual codes designed to preserve knowledge in a form that is resistant to textual loss and comprehensible across generations. Like a modern diagram, the ancients used symbolic layering to convey instructions in a visually encoded language. Language itself, when preserved, was deliberately cryptic. Many ancient texts employed double meanings, metaphor, and layered interpretation. Sacred texts, inscriptions, and carvings often carry practical knowledge disguised as religious or mythological narrative. This ensured that knowledge could survive periods of social upheaval or conquest. A conquering empire might destroy libraries or temples, but if the wisdom is encoded in myth, mathematics, architecture, and symbol, it persists. Knowledge becomes immutable, surviving the collapse of civilizations until humanity rises to decode it again. Finally, the combination of these methods, symbol, myth, mathematics, and architecture, creates a redundant encoding system, one that increases the likelihood of survival. Even if one layer is partially lost or misinterpreted, other layers preserve the core principles. Stone monuments survive fires that destroy scrolls. Myths survive when literacy is lost. Numbers and geometry endure when culture fragments. Together, these layers ensure that the essential knowledge, the survival message, the cosmic understanding, and the path to awakening endures across cycles of destruction and rebirth. The result is staggering. The ancients were not merely preserving history or culture. They were curating a message for future civilizations, encoded in every medium they could control: visual, structural, mathematical, symbolic, and narrative. The knowledge was designed to survive millennia, to awaken the right consciousness at the right time, and to guide humanity through cycles of catastrophe and renewal. We are now, as a species, beginning to awaken to this hidden archive, decoding it layer by layer as the patterns, alignments, and symbols converge to reveal the intelligence of a civilization far older and wiser than history admits. The question we face is no longer whether this knowledge exists, but how deeply it can transform our understanding of history, the cosmos and the future as we decode the wisdom deliberately left for us at the turning of the ages. As we continue to examine the evidence of ancient knowledge, we find that myths, symbols, and monuments are often mirrored by geological records, suggesting that the ancients were not merely storytelling. They were documenting cataclysmic events they witnessed or remembered from prior cycles. Across continents, sediments, ice cores, and geological formations reveal abrupt climate changes, massive floods, and even fire events that align with the stories preserved in global myths. The synchronicity between geological evidence and encoded warnings demonstrates that ancient civilizations were not only aware of cosmic and terrestrial cycles, but also intimately familiar with their devastating consequences. Sedimentary layers offer a striking example. Around 12,000 years ago, at the end of the last ice age, evidence emerges of sudden, massive floods. Ice core samples from Greenland reveal abrupt temperature fluctuations over decades, not centuries, indicating rapid climate shifts. Sediment layers along coasts and river deltas contain traces of high-energy water deposition, floodwaters capable of reshaping landscapes almost instantly. Archaeological sites on the edges of now-submerged coastlines reveal remains of human settlements that were abruptly abandoned, suggesting these people experienced sudden inundation. These physical markers correspond with flood myths from Sumeria, India, Greece, Mesoamerica, and North America, showing a striking alignment between geological events and cultural memory. Volcanic activity also leaves unmistakable evidence. Layers of ash discovered across multiple continents correspond to massive eruptions that disrupted climate and ecosystems. Some eruptions triggered volcanic winters, reducing temperatures for years and causing widespread crop failures. These events appear in mythological language as fiery destruction, plumes covering the sky, or the wrath of gods raining fire upon the earth. The eruption of Thera, Santorini, around 3,600 years ago, for instance, devastated Minoan civilization and may have inspired legends of Atlantis. Earlier, even more catastrophic eruptions likely occur around 12,000 years ago, contributing to the Younger Dryas cooling period. The consistency between volcanic records and myths underscores a deliberate preservation of knowledge about natural disasters. Meteor and comet impacts provide another layer of evidence. Geological surveys reveal craters, high iridium layers, and soot deposits indicating cosmic collisions with Earth. The Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, for instance, proposes that a comet or asteroid struck Earth around 12,900 years ago, triggering abrupt cooling, widespread fires, and massive ecological disruption. Ice cores and sediment layers from North America, Europe, and Asia bear signs of extreme heat and sudden changes in atmospheric composition. These events are often encoded in myths as fire from the sky, celestial serpents, or divine punishment, showing how memory, myth, and geological reality converge. The ancients were effectively recording impact events as part of a broader survival manual. Tectonic activity also leaves evidence that aligns with encoded warnings. Megathrust earthquakes, tsunamis, and the sudden emergence or sinking of land masses appear repeatedly in geological records. The submergence of ancient coastlines, such as those on the Black Sea or around Sunderland, corresponds with flood legends. Earthquakes described in myths, sometimes as gods shaking the earth, match evidence of sudden crustal shifts. In regions like Japan, Peru, and the Mediterranean, tectonic and seismic events are intricately tied to human memory, preserved through sacred rituals, temples, and stories. These records indicate that the ancients understood not only the existence of these events, but also their cyclical nature. Even smaller-scale ecological events, such as rapid sea level rise, glacial meltwater pulses, and abrupt climate oscillations, appear to be encoded in ancient monuments and calendars. Rising oceans submerge important coastal sites, forcing humanity to adapt, migrate, or perish. Myths of lost lands, sunken cities, and great migrations may preserve memories of these events. In many ways, this is evidence that the ancients were not merely chronicling the past. They were developing a survival strategy based on careful observation of recurring natural phenomena. The global alignment of these geological events with myths and astronomical knowledge indicates that ancient civilizations recognized patterns of cause and effect in the natural world. They saw how cosmic events, comet impacts, planetary alignments, solar anomalies could trigger terrestrial disasters, and they meticulously recorded these observations using durable methods. By encoding this information into monuments, symbols, and myths, they created a multi-layered repository of predictive knowledge, ensuring that even if civilizations fell, survivors could decode the warnings and prepare for future cycles. This integration of physical and symbolic evidence also underscores the sophistication of ancient observation. They did not rely solely on spiritual intuition or superstition. They combined empirical observation of Earth's physical processes with celestial tracking, producing a comprehensive understanding of cycles and risks. Their knowledge bridged disciplines that modern science still treats separately. Geology, astronomy, mathematics, and environmental awareness were all interconnected, encoded to survive cataclysmic resets of civilization. Furthermore, the redundancy of this information across continents strengthens the argument for shared ancestral knowledge. When flood myths, volcanic legends, comet records, and seismic stories are found in the Americas, Europe, Africa, Asia, and Oceania, aligned with geological evidence, it becomes difficult to dismiss these as coincidental or purely metaphorical. Instead, they represent global memory preservation, intentionally embedded across cultures to survive the destructive cycles of the Earth and cosmos. The implications are profound. Modern humanity has largely forgotten these lessons, leaving us vulnerable to repeating the errors and underestimations of our ancestors. Rising seas, climate instability, solar storms, and potential cosmic impacts are as real today as they were thousands of years ago. Yet the evidence left behind by ancient civilizations, encoded in myth, monument, and sedimentary record, provides a blueprint for understanding cycles, recognizing warning signs, and preparing for survival. Ultimately, geological evidence confirms what myths and monuments have long suggested. The ancients were recording real, repeatable phenomena, embedding knowledge about natural and cosmic cataclysms, in forms designed to survive time, memory loss, and societal collapse. They were teaching future generations not only how to survive disasters, but how to interpret cycles, align with cosmic rhythms, and rebuild civilization in accordance with the natural order. As we uncover and decode these connections, it becomes clear that their warnings were deliberate, practical, and intended for a civilization just like ours, one approaching the turning of the ages once again. The question we face now is whether we will heed these warnings, read the signs preserved in stone, sediment, and story, and use this knowledge to navigate the challenges of our own time, just as the ancients intended. Beyond myths, symbols, and astronomical records, the ancients also left evidence of technologies and energy systems that suggest they understood the Earth, the cosmos, and the flow of natural forces in ways modern science is only beginning to explore. While mainstream history attributes ancient achievements to simple tools, forced labor, and trial and error, closer examination of megalithic structures, artifacts, and aligned cities reveals a level of technical sophistication that implies intentional manipulation of energy, resonance, and environmental systems. These technologies were not designed merely for convenience or aesthetics. They appear to have been tools for survival, communication, and harmony with cosmic and terrestrial forces. One of the most compelling examples is the phenomenon of resonance and vibration in ancient architecture. The chambers of the Great Pyramid, Newgrange in Ireland, and the Hypogeum of Malta exhibit acoustic properties that amplify specific frequencies, creating resonance fields that affect perception, consciousness, and perhaps even matter itself. Modern experiments have shown that certain frequencies can influence human brainwaves, induce trance states, or enhance focus and awareness. The ancients seemed to understand this intuitively, designing spaces where chanting, drums, or music would resonate with the structure itself. This suggests they were capable of creating consciousness-enhancing environments, aligning mind and body with cosmic rhythms, which would have been essential for surviving the psychological stress of global catastrophe. Megalithic stonework itself suggests an advanced understanding of mechanics and energy transfer. The precision with which massive stones were cut, transported, and fitted together, often with tolerances so tight that even a knife blade cannot fit between them, indicates knowledge of leverage, weight distribution, and vibration absorption. Some researchers speculate that these structures were designed to channel natural energy flows, whether magnetic, electrical, or telluric, through the landscape. Sacred sites often sit on fault lines, river confluences, or geomagnetic anomalies, hinting at an intentional placement to harness Earth's natural power. In essence, the ancients may have built energy networks, structures aligned with both the earth and the heavens, capable of sustaining and protecting human consciousness through disruption. Water management and environmental engineering also demonstrate technological sophistication. The terraces of Machu Picchu, the aqueducts of Petra, and the irrigation systems of Angkor were far more than examples of agricultural ingenuity. They regulate water flow, prevent erosion, and even create microclimates, showing an intimate understanding of hydrodynamics and ecosystem management. These systems may have served as resilience infrastructure, allowing civilizations to survive extended periods of climate stress or environmental upheaval. Water was not just a resource. It was an integrated part of survival system, engineered to endure extreme events. Metallurgy and material science offer further evidence of advanced knowledge. Objects like the Damascus steel of India and Central Asia, ancient bronze alloys, and the iron artifacts of Tutankhamun exhibit properties far beyond what would be expected from primitive smelting techniques. Some artifacts show evidence of controlled molecular structures, heat treatment, and vibration conditioning, indicating a systematic approach to material enhancement. These advanced techniques could have been essential for creating durable tools, instruments, or energy devices designed to last through catastrophic cycles. Even city planning reflects energy awareness. Sites like Teotihuacan, Mohenjo-Daro, and Angkor were laid out according to proportional grids aligned to cardinal directions and celestial events. Streets, plazas, and temples were not randomly placed. They formed patterns that mirror celestial and terrestrial harmonics. Some researchers propose that these cities functioned as resonant grids, where human activity, sound, and energy flowed in alignment with cosmic principles. In this way, urban planning itself was a technology of survival, ensuring that population centers remained in harmony with natural and cosmic rhythms. Codified symbols and mathematical ratios embedded in art and architecture also hint at energy technologies. The recurrence of the golden ratio, Fibonacci sequence, and sacred geometry in monuments, temples, and artifacts is not merely decorative. These ratios correspond to harmonic frequencies found in nature, suggesting that ancient builders understood resonance, vibration, and energy modulation. When incorporated into structures or ceremonial objects, these mathematical principles could amplify effects on the environment, consciousness, or possibly even matter. In other words, these were not merely aesthetic choices. They were practical applications of energy science, encoded to survive millennia. It is also worth noting that many ancient texts and myths describe devices, instruments, or machines capable of channeling or manipulating energy. While these descriptions are often dismissed as allegorical, the consistency of reports across distant civilizations hints at lost technologies that may have operated on principles of resonance, vibration, and cosmic alignment. From energy harnessing temples in Egypt to the sound chambers described in South American texts, there are tantalizing suggestions that the ancients were deliberately engineering environments to interact with unseen forces, perhaps even to mitigate the effects of natural or cosmic disasters. Taken together, these technologies reflect a holistic understanding of survival that blends physics, astronomy, psychology, and environmental science. The ancients were not simply builders, artisans, or priests. They were scientists, engineers, and custodians of knowledge who understood that the survival of humanity depended not only on shelter and food, but also on the alignment of mind, body, and environment with cosmic and terrestrial forces. These systems ensure resilience on multiple levels: physical, mental, and energetic. The implication is profound. The technologies and energy systems encoded in ancient structures were not isolated experiments. They were part of a global survival strategy designed to preserve consciousness, guide communities, and maintain continuity through cataclysmic cycles. By integrating resonance, geometry, water, materials, and urban planning into a coherent system, the ancients created a blueprint for surviving not only environmental upheaval, but also the collapse of civilization itself. Modern science is only now beginning to rediscover these principles, often by accident. Acoustic properties of temples, harmonic ratios in stonework, and geomagnetic correlations with ancient sites suggest that the ancients had a level of technological sophistication that we are only beginning to comprehend. In many ways, their knowledge combined the practical, the spiritual, and the scientific into a unified system, a survival technology designed to endure the cycles of the ages and ensure the continuity of human memory and civilization. The question we are left with is staggering. If ancient civilizations could design energy systems, cities, and structures to align with natural and cosmic forces, could rediscovering and understanding these systems today offer not just historical insight, but practical tools for survival and evolution in the modern era as we face environmental and cosmic challenges of our own? Another remarkable way the ancients encoded knowledge was through calendars and cyclical systems of time. These were not simple tools to mark days or seasons. They were sophisticated frameworks designed to record, predict, and communicate cosmic cycles, planetary alignments, and environmental patterns across millennia. By observing the stars, the sun, the moon, and even the motion of planets, ancient civilizations developed a temporal map that allowed them to anticipate changes in climate, tides, and celestial phenomena. Time itself became a medium for preserving knowledge, a dynamic archive capable of guiding humanity through repeated cycles of destruction and renewal. The Maya civilization offers one of the most striking examples. Their long count calendar tracks periods extending over thousands of years, encoding not only solar and lunar cycles, but also complex planetary alignments. Each segment of the calendar corresponds to both astronomical and ceremonial events, reflecting a profound understanding of the interrelationship between cosmic order and life on Earth. Far from being symbolic alone, this calendar served as a predictive tool, allowing the Maya to synchronize agriculture, religious rituals, and possibly disaster preparedness with celestial cycles. It is a system that merges timekeeping, astronomy, and encoded survival knowledge. Similarly, the ancient Egyptians developed sophisticated calendars based on the rising of Sirius, which coincided with the inundation of the Nile, a lifeline for their civilization. The solar calendar tracked the year with remarkable precision, while the decans divided the night sky into segments, allowing for the observation of stars, planets, and constellations over long periods. These systems encoded knowledge about seasonal cycles, solar positions, and hydrological patterns, ensuring that critical agricultural and social activities were aligned with the natural world. The ability to predict and prepare for environmental changes was embedded directly into the rhythm of time itself. In the Near East, the Sumerians and Babylonians also developed advanced astronomical calendars, tracking the movement of planets, lunar cycles, and eclipses with extraordinary accuracy. Their observations were not just for ritual purposes. They were records of environmental and cosmic phenomena, encoded in a way that could be transmitted across generations. The precision of these calendars indicates an awareness of long-term cycles, including periodic catastrophes, that could affect civilization. The repetition of these calendars over centuries suggests that ancient societies understood the necessity of anticipating recurring global events to ensure survival. Even structures themselves often served as physical calendars. Stone circles, temples, and pyramids were aligned to mark solstices, equinoxes, and the rising or setting of specific stars. Newgrange in Ireland, for example, is aligned so that sunlight illuminates its inner chamber only at the winter solstice, signaling a moment of cosmic significance. This alignment, preserved for thousands of years, encodes astronomical observation into architecture, allowing generations to read the cosmic clock without written records. Similarly, the Giza Plateau shows alignments that correspond to both stellar and solar cycles, creating a spatial calendar in stone that survives centuries of natural erosion. These temporal systems were not isolated. Across the world, from Angkor Wat in Cambodia to Tiwanaku in Bolivia, monuments and city layouts encode predictable patterns of time. Observing celestial bodies and mapping their movement allowed civilizations to anticipate environmental shifts, natural disasters, and seasonal changes critical to survival. The recurrence of such timekeeping systems across continents suggests either shared knowledge from a common ancestral civilization or independent recognition of universal cosmic laws. Either way, the message is clear. Time was not linear but cyclical, and understanding its cycles was key to enduring cataclysmic events. Myths often encode these temporal cycles as well. Stories of repeating ages, cycles of destruction, and periods of rebirth are found across every continent. Hindu texts describe the yugas, vast cycles of time marked by moral, environmental, and cosmological patterns. Similarly, Native American, African, and European myths describe eras of prosperity, followed by disaster and renewal. These narratives are encoded temporal markers, preserving awareness of cycles that could otherwise be forgotten. When paired with architectural, astronomical, and mathematical evidence, myths reveal a deliberate system for tracking cosmic and environmental patterns over thousands of years. Even the integration of mathematics into calendars reflects the ancients' understanding of precision and predictability. The use of ratios, harmonic intervals, and geometric calculations allowed civilizations to encode cyclical knowledge accurately. Numbers became tools to preserve memory, not just for counting days, but for mapping celestial and terrestrial patterns. This numeric encoding ensured that, even if oral traditions were lost or language changed, the fundamental principles of time and cosmic cycles remained intact. The ancients also recognized the link between time cycles and human consciousness. Rituals, ceremonies, and agricultural activities were scheduled to align with the most favorable cosmic conditions. This integration of temporal, celestial, and environmental knowledge ensured that civilizations not only survived physically, but also maintained social cohesion, spiritual awareness, and energetic harmony. In other words, timekeeping was a multidimensional technology, linking astronomy, survival, and consciousness in a single framework. Taken together, calendars, monuments, and myths form a multi-layered temporal encoding system designed to survive collapse and communicate knowledge across generations. They reveal that ancient civilizations were not passive observers of nature, but active participants in a cosmic rhythm. By tracking cycles, encoding them in durable forms, and transmitting them through time, they ensured that even after cataclysm, humanity could reconnect with the rhythms of Earth and the cosmos. The lesson is profound. The ancients treated time not as a linear progression, but as a cyclical framework, a tool for survival, preparation, and awakening. Understanding these cycles today could offer insights not just into the past, but into our present and future, especially as we face environmental, cosmic, and societal challenges that repeat across the ages. Their calendars were not merely instruments of measurement. They were a legacy of knowledge, a message left for us to read, interpret, and act upon. Ancient myths, when examined through a modern lens, reveal themselves not as mere stories or entertainment, but as sophisticated encoding systems for preserving critical knowledge. Across cultures and continents, myths preserve memories of cosmic cycles, natural catastrophes, and survival strategies, often disguised as allegory, symbolism, or divine narrative. At first glance, these stories may appear fantastical, gods battling giants, floods wiping out civilizations, serpents circling the earth. Yet closer inspection reveals consistent patterns and correspondences with geological evidence, astronomical cycles, and ancient technologies. The ancients were not simply creating tales. They were crafting durable, multi-layer repositories of knowledge designed to survive the collapse of societies and the erosion of language. Consider flood myths. Every inhabited continent tells some version of a great deluge. The Epic of Gilgamesh in Mesopotamia, Manu and the Great Flood in Hindu texts, Deucalion and Pyrrha in Greece, the Legend of Niue in Hawaii, and Native American stories of a world submerged. While details vary, the core elements, a cataclysmic flood, divine warning, the survival of a chosen individual or group, and the rebirth of civilization, are strikingly consistent. Geological evidence supports these narratives. Rapid sea level rises, glacial meltwater pulses, and submerged settlements indicate that dramatic floods occurred globally around 12,000 years ago. Myths, therefore, serve as encoded records of actual events, preserving knowledge about natural disasters in a format resilient to the decay of written language or societal collapse. Beyond floods, myths also encode cosmic knowledge. Stories of serpents, dragons, or celestial snakes often correspond to comets, meteors, or unusual celestial phenomena. In Chinese mythology, the dragon's movement across the sky may represent the predictable motion of celestial objects or the energy of cosmic forces. Norse myths describe serpents encircling the world and heralding Ragnarok, events that mirror the cycle of cosmic destruction and rebirth. Native American star lore similarly references fiery serpents and sky beings, linking these images to cometary events or solar flares. Through symbolism, these civilizations preserve not only observations of celestial phenomena, but also warnings and patterns for future generations. Myths were also highly multi-layered, encoding information for audiences with varying degrees of understanding. To the casual listener, a myth could entertain or teach moral lessons. To an informed individual, it contained practical instructions for survival, agricultural planning, or celestial observation. To the initiated or priestly class, it provided cosmic environmental, and technological knowledge. This system of layered meaning ensured that knowledge would survive even in times of societal collapse, protecting it from misinterpretation while still allowing access to those capable of decoding it. Myths function as both teaching tools and protective vaults, guiding humanity through cycles of catastrophe while preserving the sophistication of their creators. Symbolism within myths often encodes complex mathematical and astronomical concepts. The recurring use of numbers 3, 7, 12, 40, 360 across myths and sacred texts corresponds to cycles of the moon, the sun, and precession periods. The number 12 appears globally. 12 constellations, 12 months, 12 gates, 12 tribes, all reflecting an underlying awareness of cyclic patterns. Other numbers and ratios mirror harmonic principles observed in architecture and monuments, suggesting that myths acted as numeric codebooks, transmitting essential knowledge in a form that could be remembered orally or visually across generations. The ancients also embedded environmental knowledge in myths. Stories of recurring droughts, plagues, fires, or floods often contain detailed strategy for survival. When plant crops, how to store food, where to seek refuge, and how to navigate changes in the landscape. In some Native American myths, animals are guides, teaching humans how to find sustenance or shelter during catastrophe. In Greek and Hindu myths, divine interventions serve as allegorical instructions for observing natural cycles. In this way, myths function as practical survival manuals, encoded in allegorical language to ensure resilience even when knowledge of science or engineering was lost. Furthermore, myths often link cosmic cycles to human behavior, emphasizing connection between celestial events and societal stability. Many myths describe ages or epochs, yugas, the ages of man, or the cycle of four worlds, during which moral decay, environmental stress, or cosmic imbalance leads to catastrophe, followed by renewal. These stories encode predictive knowledge, teaching that cycles of destruction are natural and that human adaptation requires awareness of timing, celestial phenomena, and ecological balance. In essence, myths were a time-keeping system embedded in narrative, reminding humanity of patterns too large to perceive in a single lifetime. The symbolic language of myth also served as a mnemonic device, making knowledge memorable across generations. Vivid imagery, dragons, floods, celestial battles, and sacred mountains, ensures retention through oral tradition. Unlike plain instruction, myth is compelling, emotionally resonant, and culturally embedded, which dramatically increases the likelihood that knowledge will survive centuries or millennia. Myths are therefore not arbitrary stories. They are information encoding systems optimized for longevity and transmission. Finally, the cross-cultural consistency of myths suggests a shared ancestral knowledge. Flood myths, serpent imagery, celestial deities, and cycles of destruction appear in geographically separated civilizations, from Mesopotamia to the Americas, from India to Scandinavia. This consistency implies either a common source of knowledge or a highly sophisticated observational system recognized independently by multiple civilizations. In both cases, myths are a deliberate strategy to preserve knowledge about cosmic forces, natural disasters, and survival strategies, ensuring that future generations could decode patterns and prepare for recurring cycles. Taken together, these observations reveal that ancient myths were far more than storytelling. They were sophisticated archives, blending astronomy, geology, environmental science, mathematics, and consciousness into narrative form. They preserved memory, guided survival, and encoded warnings across generations. Today, as we correlate myths with archaeological and geological evidence, we begin to realize that these stories are messages intentionally left for us, teaching humanity how to survive, adapt, and awaken to the cycles of the cosmos. The question emerges: if myths are encoded messages spanning continents and millennia, what other layers of hidden knowledge might we uncover as we decode the allegory, symbolism, and numerology embedded in these ancient narratives? And how might understanding these lessons change our perception of history, the cosmos, and our own survival? One of the most remarkable windows into the intelligence of ancient civilizations is found in their knowledge of navigation and the stars. Long before compasses, satellites, or GPS systems, early societies traversed oceans, rivers, and deserts with precision that still baffles modern scholars. Their voyages were not merely exploratory or trade-based. They were intertwined with astronomical observation, ritual practice, and encoded wisdom, suggesting a level of sophistication far beyond what conventional history allows. Ancient maps, star charts, and alignment of monuments indicate that these civilizations possessed not only practical navigational skills, but also a global understanding of earth and sky, carefully preserved and transmitted across generations. The Pyre Reis map, created in 1513 from older sources, is one of the most enigmatic pieces of evidence. It depicts the coasts of Africa, Europe, and the Americas with astonishing accuracy, including areas believed to have been unknown at the time. What is more astonishing is that some interpretations suggest it includes the coastline of Antarctica free of ice, which aligns with the continent as it would have appeared over 6,000 years ago. The existence of this map implies access to ancient knowledge transmitted across civilizations, likely preserved and encoded in earlier charts, myths, and monuments, long before European exploration. It is evidence of an advanced navigational network capable of charting continents and celestial bodies with precision. Star charts and astronomical alignments also played a crucial role in navigation. The Polynesians, for instance, crossed vast stretches of the Pacific Ocean using only the stars, currents, and wind patterns. Their navigators memorized the position of hundreds of stars relative to horizons, the color of ocean swells, and the behavior of birds and clouds. This knowledge was encoded orally and transmitted through generations, showing a combination of empirical observation and symbolic encoding. Similarly, Egyptian, Phoenician, and Greek mariners used stellar positions to guide long-distance travel, linking maritime routes to celestial cycles and patterns. Across these civilizations, the sky functioned as a navigational map, a memory archive, and a guide for survival. The alignment of monuments further supports the idea of advanced navigational and astronomical knowledge. Megalithic structures in Europe, Asia, and the Americas are often oriented to celestial events, solstices, equinoxes, and specific stellar risings. These alignments could serve as reference points for travelers, marking directions, seasons, and critical cosmic cycles. Temples, pyramids, and observatories were not isolated constructions. They form a network of knowledge nodes, where observations were encoded and shared, creating a primitive but sophisticated form of global navigation intelligence. Trade routes also imply a shared, encoded understanding of geography and resources. Obsidian, lapis lazuli, gold, and other materials moved across continents in patterns that suggest coordinated exchange networks, with knowledge of geography, currents, and seasonal cycles critical to their survival. The careful placement of ancient ports, harbors, and way stations along rivers and coastlines indicates advanced planning and an understanding of environmental and celestial rhythms. Such coordination points to a civilization or network of civilizations that shared encoded knowledge to ensure safe passage and long-term sustainability. Even myths encode navigational information. Stories of voyages, celestial guidance, and divine intervention often carry precise astronomical and geographical clues. Polynesian myths describe stars as directional markers and constellations as guides for oceanic travel. Greek myths, like the Odyssey, encode knowledge of currents, winds, and coastal landmarks in allegorical form. Native American and African tales often encode information about seasonal migration patterns, river systems, and mountain passes. Through symbolism and narrative, ancient peoples encoded practical geographic and navigational wisdom alongside cosmic and environmental knowledge, ensuring it could survive societal collapse. Artifacts like the Antikythera mechanism further demonstrate the integration of navigation, astronomy, and mathematics. This ancient Greek device, often called the first analog computer, could calculate planetary positions, eclipses, and the timing of athletic and religious events. Its complexity suggests a society that understood celestial cycles and their practical applications, including timing voyages, predicting seasonal changes, and encoding survival strategies. The mechanism is evidence of tradition of technological knowledge designed to preserve cosmic and terrestrial wisdom across generations. The global consistency of these navigation systems implies either widespread communication between distant cultures or inheritance from a lost progenitor civilization. The similarities between Polynesian, Egyptian, Mesopotamian, and South American systems suggest a shared framework of knowledge, a combined understanding of astronomy, geography, mathematics, and survival encoded in monuments, myths, and practical techniques. This framework allowed societies to navigate not just physical space, but temporal and cosmic space, preserving wisdom from one generation to the next. Moreover, this encoded knowledge was practical and philosophical. Navigation required mastery of the earth and sky, but it also required awareness of cycles, preparation for hazards, and understanding of cosmic order. By linking stellar observations to seasonal, environmental, and even social cycles, the ancients created a multidimensional map, guiding not just where to go, but when and how to align human activity with the rhythms of nature and the cosmos. In this way, navigation itself became a medium for transmitting encoded wisdom about survival, timing, and cosmic harmony. The implications are profound. Ancient navigation, star charts, and global knowledge networks suggest that civilizations thousands of years ago possessed not only empirical knowledge, but also encoded intelligence, deliberately preserved to survive disasters, societal collapse, and environmental upheaval. Their understanding of the earth and sky was integrated into myths, monuments, and technology, forming a legacy of wisdom designed to guide future generations. We are only now beginning to uncover the depth of this knowledge, as patterns emerge linking navigation, astronomy, and encoded survival strategies across continents and epochs. The question we face is staggering. If ancient navigation and astronomical systems were so precise, interconnected, and encoded with survival knowledge, what other hidden global patterns of wisdom might we uncover? And how might these lessons reshape our understanding of human history, our place in the cosmos, and the strategies we need to survive the cycles of destruction and renewal that have shaped our planet for millennia? Beyond myths, calendars, and navigation, one of the most compelling indications of advanced ancient knowledge lies in the use of energy and sacred sites. Across the world, megalithic structures, temples, and pyramids appear deliberately placed along lines, ley networks, and points of natural energy. These were not merely religious centers or monuments. They were part of a global system designed to harness, amplify, and preserve energy, both terrestrial and cosmic, for practical, spiritual, and survival purposes. Modern science is only beginning to explore the concept of Earth's energy fields, magnetic anomalies, telluric currents, and resonance patterns. Yet the ancients appear to have been consciously interacting with these forces, encoding their knowledge in stone, geometry, and alignment. Consider the placement of megaliths in Europe, Asia, and South America. Sites like Stonehenge, Karnak, the Hypogeum of Malta, and Pumapunku are not randomly distributed. They align with magnetic anomalies, seismic fault lines, or celestial bodies. These alignments suggest the ancients understood how to tap into natural energy flows, possibly for amplifying sound, consciousness, or even environmental influence. Certain chambers resonate at specific frequencies, indicating a sophisticated knowledge of vibration and harmonic resonance. These structures function as energy conduits, amplifying natural and cosmic forces, and creating localized zones of power that may have been crucial for survival during periods of environmental or cosmic disruption. Sacred sites often correlate with water sources, high-energy mineral deposits, or volcanic regions. The ancients appear to have recognized that these locations had enhanced energetic properties, and they built temples, observatories, and megaliths to interact with them. For instance, the alignment of the pyramids of Giza with the Orion Belt may not have been symbolic alone. Some researchers theorize it also optimizes geomagnetic and vibrational energy through the landscape. Similarly, Machu Picchu sits on a ridge where water flows, seismic energy, and solar alignment intersect, creating an energetic microcosm that supports both physical survival and ritual precision. The concept of ley lines further reinforces the idea of a global energy network. These are hypothetical alignments connecting ancient sites across continents, suggesting a deliberate mapping of Earth's energy grid. Whether mystical or scientific, the regularity and consistency of these alignments point to intentional planning. Ancient civilizations may have recognized patterns in the Earth's energy and used these networks for communication, ritual, and environmental management, ensuring that knowledge, power, and resources could be shared and preserved despite societal upheavals. Mathematics, geometry, and symbolism also played critical roles in energy manipulation. The use of the golden ratio, sacred geometry, and harmonic intervals is evident in megalithic structures, temples, and urban layouts. These designs are not random. They optimize resonance, vibration, and energy flow, allowing structures to interact with natural and cosmic forces in precise ways. Some researchers suggest that these principles could have been used to influence water, sound, or even plant growth, indicating a sophisticated understanding of natural energy systems that extended beyond architecture into environmental control. Artifacts themselves may have functioned as energy tools. Obelisks, standing stones, and metallic objects often exhibit properties that enhance resonance or conduct energy. The placement of these objects in ritual spaces, atop ley lines, or within chambers designed for harmonic amplification, suggests that they were part of a technological network of energy management, carefully calibrated to preserve consciousness, culture, and survival knowledge during catastrophic cycles. In this sense, ancient technology was not limited to metallurgy or construction. It included subtle environmental engineering, designed to harness and direct energy in multiple forms. The interaction of sacred sites with celestial events adds another layer of sophistication. Solar solstices, lunar alignment, and planetary conjunctions were not merely ritual markers. They created temporal resonance, enhancing the energetic properties of the sites during critical moments. By combining spatial alignment with temporal cycles, the ancients ensured that the energetic effects of these locations were maximized, creating zones of heightened awareness, environmental stability, and cosmic attunement. These sites thus function as multidimensional tools, integrating space, time, energy, and consciousness into a coherent system for survival. Furthermore, the distribution of sacred sites across continents implies a shared understanding or a lost global network of knowledge. From Egypt to Peru, from Malta to Tibet, the principles of placement, alignment, and energy manipulation appear remarkably consistent. This suggests either extensive intercontinental communication in the distant past or the inheritance of knowledge from a pre-existing advanced civilization whose wisdom was encoded into stone and landscape, enduring long after the collapse of the cultures that inherited it. The idea of a global energy grid may not be myth. It may represent a survival network designed to preserve knowledge, protect populations, and transmit wisdom through catastrophic cycles. Modern experimentation confirms the sensitivity of ancient sites to magnetic, electrical, and acoustic influences. Research shows that certain chambers resonate at precise frequencies, triggering physiological and psychological responses in humans. These effects could have been used deliberately for ritual, education, or healing, and perhaps even for environmental control or community resilience. The ancients were not merely building monuments for posterity. They were creating living systems that interacted with natural forces to preserve human civilization and consciousness through turbulent epochs. Taken together, the evidence points to a civilization or a network of civilizations that understood Earth as a living system, with natural energy flows, cycles, and harmonic principles. By building sacred sites, aligning monuments, and embedding energy knowledge into architecture, mathematics, and symbolism, they create a framework capable of guiding humanity through repeated catastrophes. These sites and technologies were not arbitrary or purely ceremonial. They were survival tools, encoded with wisdom, designed to endure millennia and communicate lessons to future generations. The implications are profound. If ancient sacred sites were intentionally designed to harness and manage energy, then rediscovering and decoding these systems could offer insights not only into the past, but also into practical applications for future. Understanding how energy, resonance, and alignment were utilized may help modern civilization navigate environmental, cosmic, and societal challenges in ways that align with natural and universal rhythms, just as the ancients intended. The question that emerges is this: could these sacred energy networks, encoded across continents and generations, provide a blueprint for survival, adaptation, and awakening, one that reconnects humanity with the forces that govern both Earth and cosmos? As we delve deeper into the mysteries of ancient civilizations, we begin to recognize that their mastery extended beyond architecture, astronomy, and myth. It reached into the realm of advanced technology and environmental engineering, far surpassing what conventional history attributes to the past. From precision metallurgy to energy management, from water engineering to harmonic resonance, the ancients appear to possess an integrated understanding of natural and cosmic forces, allowing them to manipulate their environment and safeguard human survival in ways that modern science is only beginning to comprehend. These technologies were encoded in stone, artifact, and ritual, creating a body of knowledge capable of enduring through millennia. Metallurgy offers a striking example of lost technology. Ancient cultures produced metals of extraordinary durability and resilience. Damascus steel, the iron implements of Tutankhamun's tomb, and bronze artifacts from Europe and Asia exhibit qualities that modern metallurgists struggle to replicate even today. Some metals were treated to achieve molecular stability, enhance hardness, and resistance to corrosion, indicating an understanding of atomic manipulation and control heat treatment far beyond conventional expectations. These metallurgical techniques suggest that the ancients were capable of producing tools, weapons, and devices designed to withstand the destructive forces of time and natural disasters, ensuring continuity of civilization. Equally remarkable is evidence of energy-based technologies embedded in ancient structures and artifacts. Sites like the Great Pyramid, Göbekli Tepe, and Machu Picchu exhibit patterns of alignment, proportion, and material choice that may have been designed to channel or amplify natural energy. Acoustic chambers, standing stones, and metallic inclusions appear to interact with magnetic and vibrational fields, creating effects that modern experiments suggest could influence human physiology, environmental stability, or even energy transmission. These systems hint at a practical application of resonance and vibration, allowing ancient peoples to manipulate energy in ways both subtle and profound, preserving communities and enhancing awareness during catastrophic cycles. Water and environmental engineering provide additional insight into lost ancient technologies. Terraces, canals, aqueducts, and reservoirs were designed not only for agriculture, but also for climate moderation, flood prevention, and ecological balance. The city of Angkor, the terraces of Machu Picchu, and the underground water systems in India demonstrate an understanding of hydrodynamics, soil stabilization, and seasonal flow management. These systems ensure that populations could survive extreme environmental conditions, and their sophistication implies advanced observation, modeling, and planning skills. The ancients treated water not as a resource alone, but as a dynamic system to be harmonized with cosmic and terrestrial cycles. Mathematics and geometry were not abstract disciplines. They were practical tools for survival, navigation, and energy management. The use of the golden ratio, sacred geometry, and harmonic intervals in monuments and urban planning optimized resonance, stability, and efficiency. These principles also encoded knowledge of celestial cycles and environmental patterns, ensuring that architecture, agriculture, and social organization were aligned with predictable rhythms. Ancient knowledge thus combined mathematics, observation, and symbolism into a functional technology of civilization, capable of enduring cataclysms and guiding human development. Textual evidence further supports the existence of advanced technologies. Ancient manuscripts, codices, and inscriptions describe devices, mechanisms, and procedures that suggest practical applications of physics, energy manipulation, and celestial alignment. While some interpretations are dismissed as myth or allegory, the consistency of descriptions across cultures hints at a shared body of knowledge. From the Antikythera mechanisms calculations of planetary positions to Indian texts detailing mechanical automata, these records suggest intentional encoding of technological principles for future generations, combining practical knowledge with spiritual and cosmological insight. Artifacts may also have functioned as energy storage or transmission devices, as seen in unusual crystal objects, metallic tools, and stone spheres. Some exhibit properties that suggest interaction with electromagnetic fields or vibrational resonance. While the full scope of these technologies remains speculative, the precision of design, placement, and material selection indicates a deliberate understanding of natural forces and energy manipulation. These tools, integrated with environmental knowledge and celestial awareness, created a system capable of enhancing survival, communication, and even consciousness. The distribution of these technologies across continents suggests either independent development by highly intelligent civilizations or inheritance from a shared advanced precursor civilization. Megalithic architecture, sophisticated metallurgy, energy-aligned monuments, and navigational knowledge appear in Egypt, Mesopotamia, South America, Europe, and Asia, often dating to periods that predate conventional historical timelines. This global consistency implies a deliberate preservation and transmission of knowledge, encoded to endure through societal collapse, natural disasters, and cultural upheaval. Modern discoveries often echo these ancient principles, providing tantalizing confirmation of their sophistication. Acoustic resonance experiments in temples, precision measurements of stone alignments, and analyses of metallic artifacts reveal technological knowledge lost time, offering clues about how ancient civilizations manipulated energy, matter, and environmental systems. Even today, these findings challenge conventional assumptions about human history and highlight the possibility that civilizations of extraordinary capability existed long before recorded history. The implications are profound. If ancient civilizations possessed technologies capable of manipulating energy, materials, and environmental systems with such sophistication, then the lessons embedded in their monuments, myths, and artifacts may provide more than historical insight. They may offer practical strategies for resilience, adaptation, and survival in the modern era. Rediscovering these systems could illuminate forgotten principles of harmony between humanity, Earth, and the cosmos, revealing a blueprint for sustainable civilization amidst cycles of catastrophe and renewal. Ultimately, the technologies of the ancients were not isolated inventions. They were part of an integrated system encompassing materials science, energy manipulation, environmental engineering, celestial observation, and human consciousness. This knowledge was encoded in ways that could survive time, societal collapse, and cultural amnesia, awaiting the rediscovery by a civilization capable of understanding and applying it. As we decode these systems today, we are confronted with the staggering possibility that the ancients left us more than monuments or myths. They left a guide, a survival manual, and a legacy of wisdom, meticulously preserved for those willing to uncover it. The question becomes urgent. If these ancient technologies were designed to ensure survival and preserve knowledge through cycles of disaster, what lessons might they hold for us now, as we face global environmental challenges, cosmic risks, and societal instability? Could the rediscovery of these systems provide not just understanding, but practical tools to navigate the future, just as the ancients intended? As we approach the culmination of these revelations, a striking pattern emerges. The ancients did not operate in isolated domains of knowledge. Instead, they integrated myths, technology, calendars, monuments, and energy systems into a single, holistic blueprint designed to preserve civilization, guide human behavior, and ensure survival across the cycles of catastrophe and renewal. Each piece of knowledge, whether an astronomical observation, a flood myth, a megalithic alignment, or a metallurgical technique, was part of a carefully encoded system, interwoven to convey practical, spiritual, and cosmic wisdom to future generations. What modern scholars often see as disparate phenomena were, in fact, components of a grand strategy, a multidimensional framework for enduring and thriving in a volatile world. The integration of myths and symbols with empirical knowledge is particularly striking. Stories of floods, serpents, celestial battles, and divine punishment were far more than allegory. They were mnemonic devices encoding environmental, astronomical, and societal cycles. By embedding practical survival instructions within narrative, the ancients ensured that crucial knowledge would be remembered, even if formal education or written records were lost. When combined with calendars, monuments, and energy-focused constructions, myths became multi-layered information nodes, offering lessons on timing, adaptation, and cosmic alignment. The narrative form preserved both emotional engagement and empirical precision, creating a bridge between cultural memory and scientific observation. Calendars and astronomical systems served as the temporal framework for this holistic blueprint. By tracking solstices, equinoxes, planetary cycles, and longer cosmic periods, ancient societies could anticipate environmental changes and cosmic events. These systems informed agriculture, ceremonial rituals, city planning, and even energy management, ensuring that human activity remained synchronized with natural and celestial rhythms. When aligned with monuments, ley lines, and sacred sites, calendars transformed into living instruments, allowing populations to navigate both physical and temporal landscapes with foresight. The precision and longevity of these systems suggest intentional design, a deliberate effort to encode knowledge for civilizations far in the future. Energy systems, both natural and engineered, were equally critical. Megalithic structures, pyramids, temples, and sacred sites were positioned to interact with the Earth's magnetic fields, geomagnetic currents, and celestial alignments. Acoustic chambers, standing stones, and harmonic designs amplified vibrations, influencing human consciousness, environmental conditions, or perhaps even physical matter. By integrating energy awareness with temporal observation and encoded myth, the ancients created resilient networks that could sustain human activity, spiritual practice, and social cohesion even during catastrophic periods. Energy, time, and knowledge were not treated separately. They were interconnected tools of survival, forming an intelligent system that modern observers are only beginning to understand. Technological sophistication completes this integrated framework. Advanced metallurgy, water engineering, and precision construction reveal that the ancients had the practical capability to manipulate their environment in ways that enhanced survival. These technologies were not random or decorative. They were systematically aligned with energy patterns, astronomical observations, and mythological narratives, producing a cohesive network in which every innovation had both symbolic and practical function. Water channels, terraces, and reservoirs moderated environmental extremes. Metallic tools preserved durability, and harmonic structures amplified energy. Technology, myth, and observation thus converged to create a self-reinforcing system capable of protecting humanity across millennia. The intercontinental consistency of these elements is equally remarkable. From the Americas to Asia, from Africa to Europe, similar patterns of myth, energy manipulation, astronomical observation, and technological sophistication appear, often predating what mainstream history recognizes as organized civilization. Flood myths, star alignments, pyramidal or megalithic structures, and harmonic resonance techniques recur globally, suggesting either shared ancestral knowledge or a lost civilization of advanced understanding whose principles were preserved and transmitted through encoded forms. This global resonance emphasizes the universality of the survival blueprint, reinforcing its credibility and significance. Modern research provides further validation. Acoustic experiments in megalithic chambers, analysis of geomagnetic anomalies at sacred sites, and studies of artifact metallurgy reveal principles that are only now being understood in physics and engineering. Ancient calendars accurately predicted celestial cycles and environmental changes. Myths align with geological evidence of floods, comets, and climate events. Together, these findings indicate that the ancients were not primitive observers but highly sophisticated systems engineers, embedding a survival protocol in narrative, stone, and technique. Their knowledge was both practical and encoded, ensuring that even as societies collapsed, the information could endure. The holistic nature of this blueprint underscores its purpose: to ensure long-term survival, continuity of knowledge, and alignment with cosmic and environmental forces. It combines predictive observation, calendars, preservation of memory, myths, manipulation of matter and energy, technology and sacred sites, and a deep understanding of the rhythms of the earth and cosmos. In this sense, ancient civilizations were not merely builders or storytellers. They were guardians of a complex, integrated knowledge system, leaving humanity a legacy designed to guide, protect, and awaken. Perhaps the most profound implication is that this blueprint is still relevant today. As modern civilization faces climate change, resource scarcity, cosmic hazards, and social upheaval, the encoded wisdom of the ancients offers not only insight into the past, but guidance for the present. By studying myths, monuments, calendars, and energy systems together, we may uncover strategies for resilience, adaptation, and survival that align human activity with natural and cosmic laws. The ancients did not leave us isolated lessons. They left a coherent, integrated system, waiting to be deciphered and applied in our time. In essence, the interconnection of myths, technology, calendars, and energy systems is not accidental. It is a deliberate holistic survival strategy, encoded to endure millennia. By recognizing these interdependencies, we gain a new perspective on human history, revealing civilizations of profound intelligence, foresight, and purpose. The evidence suggests a world in which knowledge, consciousness, and survival were inseparable, and in which every innovation, every story, and every monument had a role in preserving humanity through cycles of catastrophe. The question that emerges is both urgent and inspiring. If the ancients succeeded in encoding such a sophisticated survival blueprint, how much of it can we recover, understand, and apply today to ensure not just survival, but the continuation of human knowledge, culture, and consciousness into the next great cycle? As we reach the culmination of this journey through time, myth, and mystery, the evidence is undeniable. The ancients were far more than primitive societies struggling to survive. They were observers, engineers, scientists, and philosophers who understood the earth, the cosmos, and the cyclical nature of civilization in ways that modern science is only beginning to appreciate. Their achievements in architecture, metallurgy, water engineering, astronomical observation, and energy manipulation reveal an integrated intelligence, a holistic system designed not for mere survival, but for the preservation and continuity of knowledge across millennia. Every monument, every myth, every encoded cycle, and every technological marvel was part of a grand strategy, a message left for humanity to decode, understand, and apply. Through this exploration, We have seen that myths are not merely fanciful stories, but repositories of encoded knowledge. Flood narratives, celestial battles, serpents, and divine warnings were all methods of recording events and patterns too vast to be observed in a single human lifetime. Geological and astronomical evidence corroborates these stories, showing that events such as massive floods, cometary impacts, volcanic eruptions, and climate shifts were real, and that the ancients recognized the patterns and cycles inherent in these phenomena. Myths, then, were not simply entertainment or religious allegory. They were durable memory systems, designed to ensure that critical survival information could endure societal collapse and the passage of time. Calendars, aligned monuments, and astronomical systems further demonstrate the ancient sophistication. The long count calendar of the Maya, the solar and lunar tracking systems of Egypt, the Deccan star charts, and similar structures worldwide provided predictive frameworks, enabling civilizations to anticipate environmental, cosmic, and societal changes. These systems were deliberately synchronized with sacred sites, megalithic constructions, and energy grids, creating living networks of knowledge. By observing the heavens and aligning human activity with cosmic cycles, the ancients achieved a profound understanding of cause, effect, and timing, ensuring both survival and societal cohesion during periods of crisis. Energy manipulation emerges as another extraordinary achievement. Megalithic constructions, pyramids, temples, and standing stones were not merely artistic or ceremonial. They were deliberate tools, interacting with geomagnetic currents, telluric energy, and vibrational frequencies. Acoustic chambers, harmonic stone alignments, and the use of specific materials all indicate a sophisticated understanding of energy physics, designed to amplify consciousness, preserve human activity, and perhaps even influence natural phenomena. These sites were strategically placed along energy lines and aligned with celestial events, forming a global network of power and knowledge that transcended regional boundaries. Technological achievements, often dismissed as impossible for their time, further underscore the sophistication of ancient civilizations. Precision metallurgy, advanced water engineering, and urban planning demonstrate an integration of science, observation, and applied knowledge that enable communities to survive and thrive in challenging environments. These technologies were not isolated. They were interconnected with myths, calendars, and energy systems, creating a cohesive survival strategy encoded into both culture and landscape. Even tools, artifacts, and seemingly decorative elements reveal subtle engineering or energetic purposes, reinforcing the idea that every aspect of ancient life was intentional, functional, and encoded with knowledge. The cross-continental consistency of these elements suggests either widespread communication or the inheritance of knowledge from a lost, globally influential civilization. From the Americas to Africa, Europe to Asia, we find aligned myths, advanced technologies, energy-conscious monuments, and predictive calendars, often predating conventional historical timelines. This global resonance implies a deliberate effort to preserve critical knowledge, ensuring that even if civilizations fell, their wisdom would survive encoded in story, stone, and system. The ancients were not merely observers of the world. They were architects of knowledge, designing systems capable of outlasting empires, disasters, and millennia of human forgetfulness. What emerges from this examination is nothing short of extraordinary, a civilization, or a network of civilizations, that viewed the earth, the cosmos, and humanity as a unified, interconnected system. They understood that survival depended not only on resources and tools, but also on knowledge, timing, alignment, and consciousness. Every myth, monument, calendar, and technological achievement was part of a deliberate survival blueprint, encoded to endure through time, awaiting discovery by those capable of understanding it. This is the ultimate message they left for us, that knowledge, careful observation, and integration with natural and cosmic cycles are the keys to enduring existence. The implications for modern humanity are staggering. As we face environmental upheaval, climate crises, cosmic threats, and societal challenges, the encoded wisdom of the ancients offers more than historical curiosity. It provides a framework for resilience, adaptation, and awareness. Their methods show that aligning human activity with natural and cosmic rhythms, harnessing energy, preserving knowledge, and understanding cycles of destruction and renewal are not merely philosophical ideals. They are practical strategies for survival. In other words, the ancients have left us a manual for thriving, disguised in myth, monument, and technology, ready for those willing to decode its meaning. This revelation forces a re-examination of history itself. The evidence challenges conventional timelines, suggesting that advanced knowledge existed long before modern civilization, and that humanity has repeatedly inherited wisdom from predecessors whose capabilities rival or surpass our own. The ancients were not primitive. They were visionaries, capable of observing, predicting, and preserving knowledge in ways that ensured the continuity of human consciousness. Their work demands that we rethink what we know about human potential, technological advancement, and the nature of civilization itself. Perhaps the most awe-inspiring aspect of this legacy is its enduring relevance. The ancients anticipated cycles of catastrophe, environmental change, and cosmic events, and they encoded guidance for navigating them. Their survival blueprint integrates science, spirituality, technology, and myth, demonstrating a level of foresight and holistic understanding that modern civilization is only beginning to appreciate. By studying their monuments, decoding their myths, analyzing their technologies, and observing the rhythms they recorded, we may uncover lessons essential for navigating the challenges of our era. In the end, this is a message of both caution and hope. The ancients warn us that cycles of destruction are inevitable, that knowledge is fragile, and that survival depends on understanding patterns that transcend a single lifetime. Yet they also offer hope. By carefully observing, integrating, and applying wisdom across domains, humanity can endure, adapt, and thrive. Their message is timeless. We are part of a larger cosmic and terrestrial system, and our survival depends on harmony with its cycles, respect for its forces, and the preservation of knowledge across generations. As we step back from this exploration, the enormity of what the ancients achieved becomes clear. Every myth, monument, calendar, and artifact was part of a grand, interwoven system of knowledge, a civilization-wide effort to encode survival wisdom for the future. Their legacy is not buried. It is all around us, awaiting recognition, decoding, and application. It is a call to awaken, to observe, to connect the dots between myth, science, technology, and energy, and to realize that the answers to our most pressing challenges may lie hidden in plain sight, preserved for millennia by those who understood the cycles of existence. Ultimately, the message is simple but profound. Civilizations rise and fall, disasters come and go, but knowledge endures when it is encoded, preserved, and applied. The ancients left us their wisdom not as relics of the past, but as a guide for the present and the future, a roadmap for navigating the cycles of destruction and renewal that shape our world. It is a challenge, an invitation, and a warning all at once, to decode, to learn, and to act. The question is no longer whether we can survive, but whether we will read, understand, and honor the message they left for us before the next great cycle arrives.